这边游戏声应该没有问题吧？应该没有问题。如果有，
It's not often our entire merry flock returns home.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well...
The Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canberra is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we gonna manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset. Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be. But a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it. It won't be easy. It may take generations. Centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
最终战要来。
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember.
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings?
对，把他们的不也是吗？
Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger.
对哦，他
That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
如果把哈妹的他招不出来就不行。对呀。
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Take as much time as you need, brother. Something tells me Ultima.
哎，你别说，故事进行到这个阶段以后，还确实奥特曼还真会等，因为奥特曼就是为了他来的。所以现在故事进行到这个不对，那也不是，因为别的地方是奥特曼会等他，但是我们世界里别的那些地方，那些受难的人，那些陷落的城邦，每时每刻呢都是分秒必争啊。奥特曼是会等，但那些阿什克什么玩意儿的不会等，这。或者我们也可以利用这个机会去帮那些城之邦做点事儿。我们首先去这里，去支援一下吧。
There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere.
Welcome, welcome. An excellent choice. You've a keen eye.
天空。
What happened here?
If you're with the others, they've already relieved me of my belongings.
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here by a man named Rutherford.
And then you found him. I am Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane of House Wellesley.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria.
7大家族。
A long time since last I saw my great aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis?
他说我到现在没记清到底哪7大
The Lady
家族。
Dowager has granted me leave to assist your Uncle Stuart.
7个王国
I was
7
on
个
my way
家
back
族
from the old capital
但不知
when
道
I
这
saw
家族和
some
王国有没有
villagers being
关系。
robbed on the road here.
Bandits.
They looked more like field hands, but it didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims, but all it earned me was a pommel to the temple.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. I'll take care of them. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach, visit the Vale, tell them I sent you.
Thank you. I shall. Founder be your shield.
就在前面。
They just couldn't resist, could they?
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Break for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
不是这一个强盗为什么这么硬啊？
Many thanks,
我
traveler.
能理解那些什么 Akashic 硬，对吧？我能理解那些甚至有些大的野怪物硬，他们一帮强盗能硬成这个样子。
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
让一个 dominant 打老半天也太离谱了吧！
And I'm fine.
真的离谱。
Which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't even send out patrols. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to transport the grain. The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight break out over a crust of bread.
他完全是在以网游的形式做的单机，就很离谱。
I meant it. They were probably just desperate.
Rockford, listen to me. If you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
Of course.
如果是网游的话，肯定无所谓，毕竟游玩模式不一样，全境封锁啊、ESO 啊，对吧？但是一个单机你也这么整，我就不理解。
Thank Rutherford. It was he who sent me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a pistolus as soon as I'm able. Good day.
因为网游一般是为了，网游一般你可以理解成为了游玩性而牺牲自洽性的一种模式。 但是单机一般是要把自洽性高于，自洽性一般是要高于 gameplay 的，就是 gameplay 很重要，但是单机游戏的 gameplay 是要建立在自洽的基础上。什么是自洽？比如说你主角，我们作为一个 dominant， 我们升到这个等级了，对吧？我们都对吧？拿着最强的剑，传说中的剑，什么传说中能一下子就把一整个什么小队劈成两半的这种剑，结果你告诉我打一个他妈的强盗，我要在那里刮个2分钟，就整个世界就是你这世界自洽不了的话，你很难让玩家真的感觉到有沉浸感。如果你一个单机游戏连这一点都做不到，就很离谱。你的身份认同到底是网游还是单机？到底想干嘛？就你说怪后吧，你也得给个解释，不像他这个，他也不给你解释。我觉得 Akashic 那种敌人啊，刮痧就没有任何问题，毕竟他是异变嘛，什么以太附体了。这种他妈的明显就是个普通人，我操，就是肥了点儿，咋？这是什么尾天动力甲啊？这样说可能不太礼貌。我的意思是，这就是对吧？就因为胖一点、壮一点，就能比别人扛多10倍的伤害。What the fuck?
I don't trust this Duke.
Oh, Clive. What am I to do? My wards and I may soon be without a home.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne and taken up residence here in Northreach.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders, second only to his Radiance at the head of the Imperial government. Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title, the Duke of Oriflamme.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a military stronghold, a foundation upon which to build a new Sambrec. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall be afforded the respect they deserve in his empire. One built on the confiscated property of the people.
He would rob the populace to pay for it.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discourage him from this folly. But for whatever reason, he will not listen to me.
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around. Couldn't he use that influence again?
How? By speaking out against one of the most powerful men in Sambrec. A man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve, and to improve the soldiers' lot within it. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel, and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. The Duke offers them a vision of strength and safety. No. Any attempt to incite mutiny would cost Philippe the support of his men, if it did not cost him his life. But given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable. The people have little appetite for further deprivation, least of all when it serves only to elevate others.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to the Duke on my behalf? For your services to Northreach, you have the respect of the soldiers, and they will take you to His Eminence if you ask them. And unlike Philippe, no bonds of loyalty prevent you from speaking your mind to the man. Well, will you try? You could hardly fare any worse than I did.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Clive.
Tell me then, where will I find this Duke of Oriflamme? In the garrison?
Overseeing the troops, yes.
All right. Wish me luck.
Under new management.
I may have met this Duke before, at the Remembrance Ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
Remembrance Ceremony.
It's not only control of the garrison.
We already have a leader in the Dane.
"这个光影看的是真的啊，这个光照哦，这个粉色，这个红。
You're the Dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass. But you should be all right. His Eminence has heard all about you and your heroics. Wait here. I'll go and ask.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison. The Empire owes you a debt, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek, or favor?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here. Pride of place, in fact. For too long has the contribution of the noble soldier been under-reckoned. But no more. For it is they who shall see the Holy Empire rebuilt, beginning right here in Northreach.
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the recent troubles. Her defenses are sound, and her garrison well prepared. Which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or Twinside. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect place.
现在啊，这里变首都了呀。
With Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town and the castle, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of the twins. Plans are already underway for the construction. Soon enough, these thralls shall learn that they are no match for the might of Sanbreque.
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of their worldly goods.
The people will do as their leaders command. If Sanbreque is to be rebuilt, she will require a functioning government. One whose authority is beyond question. That is why this levy is necessary. So that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed, outfitted, and paid as befits a defender of the Empire. And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I seek to steal from the people and drive them from their homes.
I suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less, and you mean to deprive them of even that. You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine, we have discussed this.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later. A citizens' revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose. Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
这跑路真的是
I
烦
think he
人
was。the only one who survived.
A question, if you don't mind. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
Don't get me started. You build a life for yourself somewhere, only for some noble to turn up and tell you you've got to hand it all over to him. If he thinks his name and his chains give him the right to empty our purses, he's in for a rude awakening. We'll do whatever it takes to keep what's ours. Whatever it takes.
All right there. What is it you're after, sir?
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you thought of the Duke of Oriflamme.
Oh, him. Not much. None of us traders do. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer to the holy capital, could they? And now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us if we don't clear off. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be straight through that checkpoint, tar bucket in hand. The Duke might have soldiers at his beck and call, but us common folk.
Dominion's all but done for.
Stayed here. I've been hearing a lot of talk about a certain Duke.
Nothing good, I'll wager. Going around acting like he owns the place. And with hardly a word to the dame. This is her town, not his.
I take it you'd rather she was in charge.
As far as I'm concerned, she still is. Just need his eminence to sod off back to Oriflamme.
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
Well, it's sellsword the dame's so fond of.
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
One at a time now.
You. You're the one who was talking to His Eminence.
On the dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to persuade him not to take the people's goodwill for granted, but it seems my words fell on deaf ears. What do you think of his plans?
I'm a soldier, mate. He tells me what to do, not the other way round. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the dame, but I've got a family to look after. That's where my loyalties lie. Not with the town or the Empire, but with my wife and children. If the Duke can get us cement and the equipment we need to fight off those blue-skinned bastards, I don't care how he does it.
We don't have much, but the Dame had us empty the Vale's larders to see these poor souls fed.
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
You're embarrassing yourself.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn this town into some sort of fortress. Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to say. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me otherwise, His Eminence's word is law. Look, no one likes all these taxes and tariffs, but empires don't come for free. Once Sanbreque is back on her feet, we'll all reap the benefits.
不是，所以 Oriflamme 咋了就不能当首都了？ Oriflamme 不就是水晶没了吗 ？Oriflamme 也没发生什么呀，那么大的城市为什么就要找新首都啊？我不理解 Oriflamme 怎么了？嗯？
A whole day to dry some.
远处那座巨大的城市看起来也没出什么大事儿啊。哦，哦，是不是整个城市被 Ether Flood 拢了，所以不行了？我看起来那边有蓝光，是不是整个城市都被以太洪水、以太洪流给冲了？这么恐怖吗？这是。
Excuse me, do you have a moment? I wondered if you'd mind sharing your thoughts on the Duke of Oriflamme.
Well, he's made a lot of enemies coming in the way he did. I mean, look around us. You can see the state the realm's in. The traders might not like having the screws put on them, but if they volunteered a few more of their hard-earned gil before things got bad, maybe they wouldn't have to. I think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire's the best way of making sure we're all protected. And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do, well, that's just how it goes.
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
Welcome back. Wraiths give you any trouble?
等会我们过去看看那边是不是真出事儿。
Do you have a moment?
For you, certainly. Clive, wasn't it? Thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oriflamme. Do you intend to go along with his plan?
But to tell you the truth, I'm in two minds. It's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders. But I can't say I agree with him.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you loved. The Dame included.
That's right, I did.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either. She thinks they could tear Northreach apart.
And she's probably right. Thank you, Clive. I know what I need to do now. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Doesn't matter how. Well, duty calls, so I better go. Thanks again.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
等一下，我去那边看看。现在这个田野已经没有人干活了，全都是怪物。皇家薰衣草田啊，不是这什么皇家田野。反正这个地方现在全都是 Akashic 的感染的都。我们可以见证它从一个那种繁茂的田野。 变成这副样了。果然，首都已经被以太侵蚀了，这就是为什么他们要换。整个地方，包括前面这个小村子，全瓦了，全瓦了。这些。
I can walk from here.
不知道那些人怎么样？这么大个城就全瓦，那得死多少人？我靠！
Well, this isn't at all foreboding.
碰一下有毛用？操，没碰过啊，搞了半天。行。
So, the Dominion's all but done for. Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
Well, it's sellsword the dame's so fond of.
And you're just gonna fall into line?
I don't trust this Duke.
Ah, Clive. How did you fare? Were you able to speak with the Duke?
I was, but...
So Northreach is to be a fortress after all. Well, it will certainly help to hold back the thralls. There's no denying that. Though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated to pay for it. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new empire the Duke means to build.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions, and hopes to reassert the authority of the state. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed for the greater good. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather their destinies were in your hands. The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow their orders. And not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of his vision.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sambrek, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it rise from the ashes. Thank you for trying. But the battle is lost.
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day.
But why?
Because I realize what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, but protecting what I care about. Protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to be ready for them. We need to stand together, all of us. And with you to lead us, milady, I reckon we can do it. It was you who finally convinced me, Clive. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us, standing together. That has always been Northreach's best hope, and one which still lies within our grasp. We have only to turn our attentions to the true enemy. Thank you, Philippe, for showing me what I must do.
Anything for you, milady. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town? I fear His Eminence has loftier tasks in mind for the guard.
Not at all. Be my guest.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There may be hope for Northreach yet, especially with men like you and Philippe to champion our cause. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke, in the stubborn belief that I might still tempt him into joining hands. But I suspect I shall have to call upon your aid again. Until then, Clive.
Until then.
Despite my repeated advances, His Eminence is...
Welcome back. Wraiths give you any trouble?
None worth mentioning. Just staying put for now.
Good girl.
Faster! Socrates said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot. Be safe. Must be all right then. Right. Let's get this over with. Okay. That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent. I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Better head back.
Clear.
He'd have our coin, our stock enough.
这墙里面还是挺宁静。
Good girl.
What the fuck is that?
Straight home now.
The Arona.
This isn't gonna be easy. Yeah! Rest well. I know I will. Faster! I'll need to deal with these ones first. Nice try. Echo. This is it.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
上次来的时候他们还站在这儿，上次来的时候他们就站在这儿。
You know what you have to do. Clive, I fear that I must bid you farewell. As you know, our time grows short. The Lord Chief Justice's vultures are circling. We must strike now. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally, I trust you, as I trusted your predecessor.
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. And I understand more than anyone how you feel. But is revenge really the answer?
It is the one I found. And it is all that I have lived for since that day.
But what of Lostwing? Everything you've built.
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, the village will have served its purpose. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight to the last, come what may. But there are those among us who cannot fight. Children, the elderly, bearers afflicted by the curse. I would place Lostwing in their hands, if I thought it would do them any good. But a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay a safe haven for long. And so, Clive, I find myself turning to you once more. Will you take them to your hideaway, that they might live even should Lostwing die?
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being of those who rallied to my cause. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger in case the Black Shields strike.
Understood. I'll make sure they get to the hideaway safely.
然后问题就是现在这事儿完全说不通了。现在这事儿说不通了，就在于现在全境连对吧 Holy Empire 的首都都被 Ether Flood 了，结果现在哪还有 Black Shield 呀？谁还他妈帝国都没有了，谁还对吧？结果他这时候说 Black Shield 来，这个在故事前期这个任务说得通，但是在现在就说不通。他这些任务编排，它本身的任务叙事是很有时效性的，它要么就应该是你这个阶段后不做你就做不了了，也比现在合理。你说，对吧？这怎么可能现在帝国还有人手来管这种破事儿啊？这现在就好像那个全境对吧？全由异鬼入侵了，结果还啊，这怎么可能？哎，而且这些就还不像全游，就是只有北境。这次这个 Ether 这个 Akashic 入侵可是全境啊，所有的城市这边爆了那个以太洪流，这边也入侵了，就没有一个地方能独善其身。结果你告诉我还有黑盾在进行宗教迫害，这时候他的故事就不讲一个自洽性。
Ready go?
就试一出又试一出。而且他明明这个游戏里是有那种把支线任务锁在某个进度之后，或者因为什么进度锁定的，明明有的，结果他该做的时候不做。
Everyone, Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can. There's a safe place I can take you to.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks best. Sid, none of us would be standing here today if it weren't for Master Quinton. We owe him our lives. So we ain't about to start telling him what he should do with his. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, it's 'cause he ain't coming back. And if that's what has to happen, then so be it. I only hope he can see this through to the end. That we get to see justice done.
I hope so too.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else? They ain't already left, have they?
They've gone with Master Quinton.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quinton to call off the attack. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster. They don't stand a chance against that thing. If I don't get the message to them, they're all gonna fucking die.
No. We can't let this happen. Sid! Don't worry about us. You've got to catch up with him. We can't let Quinton die before that bastard does.
All right. I'll do what I can. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods. Heavenhall, he calls it.
Promise us, Sid. Promise us you'll do what you can.
The manor's to the east.
Please, Sid.
I still haven't paid Quinton back for saving my life.
Don't tell me I'm too late.
好，这。
Quentin, are you all right?
No. But I am alive. Which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me without question all the way here. And they died. For nothing.
他怎么还活着？不是，不是，问题是他怎么还活着？为什么所有人全死了，只有他活着？
I'll hold it off. You go. But your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you.
他们是一起来的。They followed me to here. 我啊？
Don't let their sacrifice be in vain.
就所有人都死了，就他没事儿。这怎么回事啊？这是个怪物啊！ 这他妈咬人还分的！
You're no guard dog. So grabbing these things to be put down. Let's try. If only we'd arrived earlier. Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear, just as I dreamed of doing all these years. All my plans, building a haven in Lostwing, freeing bearers from their chains and recruiting them to my cause. It was all for this. But what is this? Justice? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost, so that I might take another.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh, thank Grieger you're safe.
You're alive.
我这任务就从头到尾的莫名其妙。你想，是他的这个对吧？他的这个手下跑过来告诉我他们有危险了，结果是我一个人来，他没过来，哎，他没跟着我过来，然后来了以后发现所有人都死了，只剩昆汀一个人，身上刚才啥伤没有，站在中间。然后旁边是一个大型怪物，我不理解这个任务到底是谁写出来的，怎么会这么的莫名其妙，就牵强到我认为，对吧？一个怪物把一整队的人咬死了，唯独那个领头的人啥事儿没有，在那站着等我来，是什么玩意儿啊？
And so are you.
小孩子都编不出这种剧情来啊！
I tried to warn you about that thing.
各个地方都牵强的不得了。
And I hate to say it, but there's more bad news. It's Lostwing. It's been flooded.
What?
这面部表情，我操，真是一绝。What？ 面不改色的 What？ 甚至都不惊讶。这也完了，还好人撤走，只能说。
Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool.
哎，他干嘛去？他疯了
Damn it.
那是以太啊，疯了。这人怎么都像没有？这游戏里怎么这一个个的都人都不长脑子一样啊！我操，行动都没有点逻辑，怎么？哎呀，看得我真的是，这剧本，看到以太就往里冲，他不想想这些玩意儿，这世界的人不都应该知道阿卡西克是怎么来的吗？他妈还往里冲！失了智一样。
I need to find Quentin. Quentin! Quentin! Look at me! Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. Only emptiness remains. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that to you, and we all know it.
I thought you weren't coming back. But I prayed, and you did. There's got to be a reason for that, right? Can't we just go back to how it was? You know, you looking after us all.
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quentin. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Your village may be lost, but it seems your people aren't, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? After what why would anyone follow me?
'Cause we're family, aren't we?
Family?
Yeah, and all our comrades who went with you, they felt the same. Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing, right here in the Bales.
A fresh start. One life ends, and another begins. Why just a village? We could build towns. A nation, even. What's to stop us?
That's the Master Quentin we know.
Please. I am nobody's master. Quentin will suffice. After all, we are family.
这真的，这个站桩对话的表情和运镜真是离谱。
Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf. You saved my life twice over. And more besides.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course.
现在又很正常，现在这些对话又很正常，刚才那些对话就简直了。
If you don't mind waiting, that is.
I look forward to it.
They are right, you know.
Lostwing. I'd have followed Quentin to that manor if I could have done, and I'll keep...
Quentin's gonna build us new Lostwing, and I'm gonna help.
I made sure our fallen comrades were laid to rest.
Clear.
What are you looking for?
那也没什么东西啊。
Farewell.
Do you see that too?
Ah, Clive. You'll be pleased to know that the negotiations are progressing well.
That is good news.
Yes. Our comrade in Randala has just sent word that the contract should be signed very soon. But I still have much and more to prepare. It's a huge undertaking moving this many bearers at once.
不是，他现在这些支线任务就完全说不通，一点儿都说不通。现在 Randall 这个地方已经被Randall 这个地方已经被 Akashic 那帮变异怪物整个全城就是把他们的人数是全城守备军的说10几倍，就是那种规模的，可能成千上万的 那个阿卡西克大军在城里面肆虐，就已经这个城市已经完蛋了。结果这个时候他这个支线说的什么，他们还要送合同过来，什么商队合作，要把 barrier 用走。问题是在这个时候谁还管你是不是 barrier 啊？这些国家的首都一个个都完蛋了，你们还在这谈这个？就整个游戏的，哎，他又想塑造这种灭世之战的，对吧？气氛。而且这灭世战很紧急，还不是那种就是灭世之战引出的那些东西，导致整个大陆的所有地方都要完蛋了。马上，在这种时候，他还来这种东西，就按理说这些支线任务在这个阶段都应该都已经消失了而已，就是你不早做就做不了了，这样才合理。结果你现在这么一搞，我这个叙事和世界氛围，简直就是分崩离析，乱七八糟。什么玩意？
You couldn't do me a quick favor, could you?
What is it this time? More wild beasts?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask Elle how long we have until the bearers arrive. Find out exactly how much faster I need to get all these supplies moved.
All right. I'll go and ask.
Thanks, Clive. I owe you one.
这游戏就不该塞这些任务，这些任务就应该彻底去掉，就不符合它游戏的基调，或者说符合游戏的前期的基调，但不符合现在的基调，那你就应该把这些任务判定为失败，或者说就别让人做。在通关以后，对吧？通关以后你再给开放也行。
Don't blame yourself, Elle. This is their fault, not yours.
现在完全说不通。
No buts about it, all right?
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from our intermediary. The talks with the Republican army have fallen through. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium instead. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately
这时候谁还管你什么国界线还 barrier 啊！我靠，自身难保了都。
And the army jumped at the chance.
And you had no opportunity to make a counteroffer?
None at all. And we were so close.
Elle, what's happened? I saw Vonnie leaving. She didn't look happy.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist were speaking to about the bearers. How did the Consortium even find out about this?
It's not so surprising. They have ears all over the Republic. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually, and at the price they paid, buyers will be few and far between. I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone? You sure that's wise?
Are you offering to be my bodyguard? How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. I'll send an owl ahead and request a meeting. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything ready. We've waited far too long as it is. Even if I fail to free these bearers, there will be others. Someone needs to prepare the place and keep any prowling beasts at bay.
Oh, and that's me, is it? Well, it looks like I'm following orders till she gets back from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium, who've been doing their best to undermine our scheme. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has plans for Cashlock, even if this one falls through. She means to stay with us then. I can't say I'm not happy to hear it, but is this what she really wants?
You have to trust her.
You're right. It's what she wants now. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, I should do my part too. So I bid you farewell and safe travels, my friend. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. We'll make sure the place is well stocked and defended. You go to Randalar and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's heads off. If she won't consider her prospects, someone has to.
I'll do my best. All right. To Randalar then. And better not keep Eloise waiting. Do you see that too?
城里连跑步都做不到。我真的第一次，我已经很久很久在记忆里面就没见过哪个游戏他妈的连冲刺都不能自己控制的。真的是离之大谱，真的是我去了。
Ready, go? Yeah!
地图又空又无聊，跑路又臭又长，战斗还在刮痧，导致你根本就不想理这些小怪。整个图的开放区域的探索过程是真的是拉中拉，是我玩过所有就是这种开放区域啊，所有开放区域游戏里做的最差的开放区域这件事，无论是地铁，还是生化危机8，还是天外世界，哪个不比这游戏强太多了
Straight home now.
这游戏真的是离谱。哎呀，我操！
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the consortium?
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bearers you recently purchased from the Fist. We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves, and then you stepped into the fray.
You misunderstand. The consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not mutual. And so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without first giving them due consideration. But what is done is done. Come then. How much do you want for them?
Alas, you are too late yet again. We rarely take on such unconventional merchandise without a purchaser in mind. The bearers belong to him now.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the voyage over. That's what you get when you deal with continental types.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different to ours. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard, and treat them like kings. But as long as they pay...
That does sound unusual. No matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's little that can be done. Allow me to withdraw my interest. And with it, my interest in joining your organization.
My associates will be sorry to hear that.
这僵硬的，哈哈。
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I. But I only have myself to blame. He was right, you see. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers before I did. Their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit me. I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more, and he did just that. As soon as he left, I sent my own offer to Randalar.
So you never...
No. I entertained the Consortium's proposal solely so I could learn more about those bearers. But I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I was dealing with.
You tried.
I did. And if what he said was true, the bearers are to be well treated. Which is something, at least. But they deserved more. I wanted so badly to see them freed.
Eloise! Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mountains, and there's a dragon at its head. Theo and the others are trying to hold them off as best they can, but the odds are against them. They need help, and fast.
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clive.
因为索尼所语言，
I'll gather some men and join
因为
you
索尼
there.
和 SE 所语言。
Make sure he's safe.
沙皮一样，我靠！真的，我现在最厌恶的这个平台就是索尼，恶心死了！我靠！真的，要不是真的，说实话，这些游戏如果不是独占，就独占是索尼的最后的遮羞布，也是索尼恶心人的手段。就我想玩，我就不得不买，否则这种破烂平台，这种不把玩家放在眼里的这种服务啊态度极其恶劣的平台，真的是太恶心人了！我靠，2023年了，还你妈锁语言，任天堂都不锁了。我前几天刚买了马造2，我前段时间买了王国之泪，我买了梦见岛，我买了密特罗德，我买了宝可梦，没有一个锁语言的。微软现在更别说了，微软现在也不锁了，就索尼还在锁。2023年的3A 游戏，他妈的还在锁语言，而且不只是 SE 一个，是地平线不锁，战神不锁，但是我今年买的另2个游戏。瑞奇与叮当锁 ，GT7 锁，这些都是索尼第一方游戏。SE 要是不是这游戏，要是如果不是索尼独占，就他妈不可能锁语言。索尼现在不知道什么毛病，犯病，就好像非得恶心玩家一口。就笑话是什么？我今年我今年买了3个 PS5 游戏，全他妈锁语言。索尼是真的不得好死。一个游戏平台的服务态度能在2023年这个时代做成这副样子，我就感觉它纯粹是在恶心人。一切为了玩家，我靠，一切为了麻烦玩家，差不多，连服务都提供不好，真的，索尼真的恶心。
What's the situation?
要不是这些游戏啊，他搞独占，谁他妈愿意碰这平台啊？要不是我想第一时间玩，我就等 PC 好吗？这平台真的，你单论这平台本身，简直没有任何值得一提的地方。你看看索尼那个会员都是什么玩意儿，抠的要死。你再看看索尼啊，这一点任天堂也是啊，但是因为索尼干的破事儿更多，我要个云存档还他妈收费，人微软云存档也是免费的，这真的是，人 Xbox 云存档是免费的。
Where's Theodore?
Upriver. He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village, but the whole area's flooded with ether.
We just have to pray he makes it out in one piece.
I can do better than that. Torgal, with me.
而且索尼在上个世代明明真的是一切为了玩家的，哎，只能说叫什么风水轮流转。在上个世代一开始，微软才是反玩家的，微软当时啊全程联网，甚至微软当时是要取缔2手游戏的，不允许玩家卖盘。当时微软才是那个罪恶滔天的，结果现在倒好。现在索尼也不知道这啥屠龙者终成恶龙，他妈的自己变成这副样子了，然后微软变成一切为了玩家了。这就是怎么说呢？绝对优势的下场，这就是索尼占了市场绝对优势以后的下场，就是又变得贪得无厌。所以绝对不能让任何一家公司占绝对优势。我觉得最好的家用机市场就是索尼一半，微软一半。如果是这种局面的话，如果是索尼一半，微软一半的话，我们就能看到像 PS3 和 Xbox 360时代那一种强竞争，然后玩家在2台机器上的体验都很好的那种感觉。然后万世代，微软一开始一作，好，索尼占主要优势，好了 PS5 就成这副鬼啊。然后我也有看不到 Xbox 重新，即使现在 Xbox 很，但是因为它不独占的策略，大家是很喜欢，但就因为它不独占的策略，导致它主机的装机量上不去，那它没有 任何办法能和 PS 在这方面在市场份额上比，所以索尼就一直一家大下去。索尼占了多少？家用机市场起码占了70%，Xbox 就30%，没法抗衡。所以现在索尼就为所欲为，这就是问题。我是希望都别独占，但是不可能啊。索尼就靠独占，对吧？就我都觉得是我不喜欢独占，那独占都行，你把服务给我做好点，你他妈还在锁语言，我操！我真是没有任何话好说对这种锁语言的行为。我买个实体版，尼玛都没中文。这是什么2013年吗？难不成？你给玩家的是这种级别的服务，你这个独占不是让玩家来享受，是让玩家来他妈受罪的。我买你家独占我就难受，我买你家独占还要在乎你家的独占锁不锁语言，我买个游戏都不能随心所欲，你服务谁呀？到底？我上次买锁语言的游戏，那都是5年前了，我感觉。我5年前买 Doom 啊，不是5年前，那绝对不是5年前，那肯定反正2016吧 ，Doom 是2016，所以是7年前。我记得 Doom 2016是锁语言的，我在 Xbox 上买的，当时那个时候还有很多游戏是锁语言，现在好像都不锁了已经。任天堂我记得一开始也是有锁语言的游戏的。但是反正就现在最近我这3年买的游戏里，只有索尼的还在锁语言。这游戏就这刮。刮成这副样，打个小怪。
I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does.
你看看主角这个莫名其妙的自言自语，主角这个莫名其妙的自言自语是真的莫名其妙，好像玩家是傻子一样，不知道自己在干嘛。
This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy.
刮一刮，看看这离谱的刮痧。刮的就真尼玛离谱。真的就 solo 本，一个单机游戏能设计成这样，你也是牛逼！我第一次见到一个单机游戏做成这副鬼样。 累死，心累。这么刮真的没什么意思。
Theodore, you had me worried for.
这
We have to get you out of here. I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream. Theodore!
Stop it, Theo!
别过来！
Stay back, Eloise! He's turned. And so will you! Theodore. Take care of my sister. Theodore, wait. Goodbye, Elle.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others' well-being before his own.
And now he's gone. Because I sent him to that place. Against his will.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. So that you would finally be free to live your own life.
To live my own life. He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. While I studied the art of commerce, he played at soldiers instead. A late bloomer. In more ways than one. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer that his powers awakened. My parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could, I took him into mine.
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others like him from slavery. But he said you deserved a better life than this. He wanted to free you from what he called your bonds, just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered from time to time how much easier my life might have been if I had allowed Theo to be taken and devoted myself to the family business instead. But I have never regretted the decision I made. Being with my brother meant more to me than tradition or reputation. I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night and the choice I made and the fact that I would make the same choice again in a heartbeat. He was never a burden. How could he even think that? If anything, I was the one who weighed him down.
You weren't, Eloise. He said it himself, that he had always been grateful to you for saving him, and that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you were denied. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You loved one another. You did whatever was necessary to continue living your lives together, and you always would have.
You're right. All I ever wanted, all I ever did, it was so we could be together. Oh, Theo, why did you have to... I know Theo wanted me to move on, but I'm staying here at the Crimson Caravans to continue our work. We can make a difference here. We can help people, save them. I need nothing more from life than that. So I'll carry on doing what we do, ensuring that goods, people, bearers get where they need to be, bringing smiles to people's faces, just like we always have, and to Theo's, wherever he is. This is the life I have chosen, the life I will always choose.
I've made a choice of my own, to continue helping you however I can, whenever you need it.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together then, for Theodore.
你看，这游戏里有不少的好任务，像这种做的非常好的支线，被埋没在了其他70%的垃圾内容支线里面，玩家很容易就累了，就不想做了。像我这种，对吧？我一开始也说，我想把这游戏的支线全清掉。我昨天去玩了一堆垃圾支线以后，我都受不了，我都放弃了昨天。结果今天一上来，对吧？休息了一晚上，疲劳值下降了一点，又回来打几个支线，然后就遇到这种好的了。那你说，如果你一个游戏要让玩家非要去忍受你的垃圾内容才能得到好内容，那你已经做得很失败了。说实话，我要在一堆垃圾堆里找宝石，有没有宝石？有，但是你首先要经过一堆垃圾堆，就很离谱。别的支线有些支线做的就是滥竽充数，什么玩意儿？然后你看到这种正儿八经的支线，对吧？讲的故事也挺好的，人物塑造也很棒，还有正儿八经的过场演出，就那么一点点。有这一种质量的支线，真的不超过30%，绝对。所以就导致大部分玩家就累了。你看为什么现在对 FF16 的评价都是支线很差，是综合水平是很差，但是很多玩家都没有提到说这个游戏里有一些支线真的很好，是为什么？是因为人家受不了了。人家玩了很多支线，发现玩不就对吧？人家怎么会知道你哪个支线好，哪个支线不好？人受不了了，所以人家不玩了，就很离谱，多可惜呀！有些做的比较好的支线都被藏在这一堆破烂里头。 认真那些对吧？认真写的支线，认真做的支线，都被掩盖了这里。你想想我们这个支线的叙事，再想想我们刚才那个任务，就是 Lost Wing 那个 Lost Wing 那个充满了牵强、莫名其妙的那个破支线，你再看看这个支线，这俩就不是在一个水平上。但是一般游戏的支线也不是一般游戏，咱就说老滚5，老滚5的支线是绝大多数都在正常水平，然后有那一些是非常好。这游戏是什么？这游戏是大多数处在烂的水平，少数处在正常水平，然后个别处在高级水平。但是那些烂的水平的任务真的会让人受不了，会让人对你的世界产生厌烦，会不想再去，不愿意再信任你的支线水平，那就自然而然的会去忽略掉你剩下的这些好内容。
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia.
整个游戏吧，就突出一个叫什么？一个割裂，一个混乱，一个大起大落。
This might take a while. Down.
你看这破烂任务，到一个地方打几个怪捡一个东西，到一个地方打几个怪捡个东西，但是收集材料这件事情，这游戏里我已经做了7遍了，而且没有一次中间有变数。像我昨天说，这种任务不是说它任务本身不行，而是你的世界撑不起来这种任务。那什么样的世界撑得起来？就是那些在任务过程中有和这个任务没关系的世界。比如说，你仔细想想滚5。它有很多这种任务，上古卷轴5有很多这种目标，就是杀一个人，目标就是去拿几个地方拿东西。但是为什么玩家不会觉得烦？是因为在进行任何一个老滚5里的这种类似收集任务的时候，在途中，比如说他让你去某一个诺德古墓找一个东西，那个诺德古墓里你总是99%你能发现和这个支线本身没有关系的其他的故事。所以它会让每一个收集任务的体验都不一样，每一次你去这些地方它都有自己的事儿，所以你不会觉得无聊。但是像这个游戏里，你每一个收集任务干的是一毛一样，然后路上没有任何的变数，只是换了个地方，那这是什么鬼东西？那玩家天天就在这干一模一样的事，然后中间没有任何惊喜，没有任何发现，谁受得了这种东西？
How they did it? I do.
Take that, you naughty...
Clive! To what do I owe the pleasure?
I just wanted to see how the town's been faring since you brought everyone together.
Since we brought everyone together, all is absolutely wonderful. Conrad and Natalie's hands remain safely away from each other's throats, and firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and the bandits still too disorganized to raid them. Just as the good Lady Jane and Lord Underhill intended.
Are you a lord? Lubor's going to be one too. They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil, because of how he stopped all the grown-ups from fighting.
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child, and the vote hasn't taken place just yet. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a school so that menaces like you two learn not to interrupt your elders. Speaking of menaces, there may be a rather worrying one just over the horizon.
May there indeed.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their differences and presenting a united front might have caught the bandits' attention. And they might have elected to take a similar approach. They have formed what one could call a League of Outlaws, and they grow more organized by the day.
We'll fight them all off just like last time, no matter how many of them there are. Won't we, Lubor?
Of course we will. If we continue to work together, we can overcome any challenge we choose to face. The longer we avoid facing this one, the more difficult it will be. Until the only way to overcome it might be to run for the hills. Our best hope is to nip these efforts at organization in the bud, by finding those ne'er-do-wells who have yet to join the cause, and ensuring that they never do. Perhaps a certain Lord Underhill might be willing to lend us his aid once more?
How could I refuse?
看这任务，又是这种一堆废话。
Fill you in on the particulars. I have him stationed by the desert gate, receiving and collating reports from my scouts. Such an amenable soul. He reminds me of you.
I'll go and speak with him.
一句话能说清楚的，非要转一大圈儿，看都不想看。然后对话表情嘛，又基本没有，一副死鱼脸啊一样的，死鱼眼一样的样子。
Still in Delamil, Victor?
Ah, Sid.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnes by now.
I did. Then I came back. I've developed something of a fondness for the place. And having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, it would seem remiss to abandon it to another. A sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't shy about exploiting. Hence my doing his bidding yet again.
You're not the only one.
What does he want you to do?
He asked for my aid in putting down the bandits. And he said that you might be able to help me find them.
Then you've come at just the right time. I was on my way to speak with Conrad about how to organize our forces. There are more camps in the vicinity than we can safely strike at once. But we must strike together, and we must strike soon at as many camps as we can. We can't give this league of theirs time to rally its forces.
All right. Which camp shall I take?
There's one upriver. Just out there, across the dunes.
Leave it with me.
The camp is in the desert to the north of here. You know what to do.
又臭又长，跑个路。
If those ne'er-do-wells want to band together, let them. They'll be no match for us.
Faster!
你看看这跑路跑的，真的是无聊至极。这整个区域没有任何可以值得探索的东西，就给你摆一片没有任何意义的图，然后让你这样跑，我都可以他妈打盹了，打真的是。
That must be the camp Victor mentioned.
你这设计的有啥意思？这种任务就扔了行不行？别来了。
That's him. The one who killed Locke and Fingers. Take his head off.
我真的认真的觉得这个游戏应该做一个完全的线性游戏。 就好好的做一个线性游戏能怎么样？非要他妈做这种。我现在能称赞的游戏只有2种，要么你小而精，要么你真的是大而美。这种用垃圾内容填充地图的游戏是我最讨厌。线性游戏不挺好吗？不会做这种，无论是开放区域也好，还是开放世界也好，你就别碰这个。没有这金刚钻，咱就别揽着瓷器活。这游戏不是开放世界，但是做出了罐头的味儿，也是比较狠。远不如那些设计精美的箱庭游戏。
I'd better let Victor know.
愁死我！这镜头。
I see the bandits didn't pose you any trouble.
No.
这镜头真的牛逼，我操！
That's not why you're here, is it?
No. Something's happened. We need you back in Dalimil.
What is it?
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that Lubor is a bearer.
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits escape, and his escape route took him right through Dalimil. Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to silence them. And when Lubor felled him with a bolt of magic, and without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years, which is what people are saying. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No man is branded by choice. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who has made a leader of himself when the world believed he should have been a slave.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know one thing. Lubor needs all the friends he can get right now.
You're right.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well, it was bound to come out sooner or later.
We're sorry, Lubor. We tried to keep running, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing.
All lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he fed us all these years.
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change them. We need to do something, and quickly. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them. Convince them that nothing has changed. That their enemy lies outside these walls, not within them.
You're right. We should speak to everyone.
I'm glad you agree. I'll handle the townsfolk. I'm a Dalmek born and bred. They listen to me. You head to the tavern. Make Conrad and Natalie remember who Lubor really is. They know that Lubor and I are friends. I might not make for the most impartial of interlocutors. Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants, however, is a trusted and impartial mediator of note.
I'll do what I can. Lubor, stay here with the children. I can't promise anything, but we'll try.
And that is all I can ask of you.
Why are you taking the bearers?
Why do they always have to make such a fuss?
He knew all along that he...
Forgive me for disturbing you, but could I have a moment of your time?
I've seen your face before.
As have I. Lord Underhill, wasn't it? Of the
Lord
League of
Underhill，
Merchants.
我的那个假身份。
That's right. I wanted to speak to you about Lubor.
The rumors that he's a bearer. All true, I'm afraid.
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I have anything to do with it.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued throughout the Republic. In this at least he's done the town a service. Might that not earn him a little leniency?
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our backs all the while.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you. He cannot be trusted.
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home? Close his forge?
Perhaps. That is a question for the people of Dalimil, and they will thank you not to get involved.
The townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refused to consider anything but their own wounded pride.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things differently. For now, we should report back to Lubor.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope. But...
为什么这游戏这么的墨迹啊？
Not
就
in
干
this
个什么事？
lifetime,
我
I
天！
think it's fair to say.
他黑
You
个
mustn't
屏。
think like that, Lubor. Give them time. They'll come around. We'll talk some sense into them in the end, you'll see.
No, you won't. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie, that a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. To yourself be true, that was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in, right to the end. And so must I be. I must do what I know to be right, no matter what others might think of me. And now, I know what that is. I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have something to unite against. For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits them. I'll need to make a suitably dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who was ever kind to us. We'll be all alone. Again.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best that I go. Not only for the town, but for you, too.
How could it possibly be for the best? These children need you. The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change their minds.
They would not take it, Victor. It's over.
Over, you say? And so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children to the wolves? I thought you were better than this. But it seems you had me fooled as well.
Victor.
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. Ah, but where are my manners? Here. A reward for clearing out that bandit camp. Right then. I have packing to do.
If there's anything I can do. Anything.
I'll bear it in mind. Thank you.
啊，主角莫名其妙的盯着他的大脸看一会儿是什么意思啊？
I'm going to go with him. Why is everyone being mean to Lubor?
You're going to try and convince me to stay. Save your breath. I will not put those children at
他们
risk.
就要这么把他逼走。
Why the hell would Victor take them there?
Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed in without his say-so. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. You look like trouble. I suggest you go home.
You look like trouble.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't. Blackthorn.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you are so nicely, I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull. Now let us through.
All right. Just don't go starting anything with the chief.
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
Go on then.
Much obliged.
不是，我不理解一件事情，为什么这个游戏这么喜欢用这种镜头？就是每一次进一个地方都要用这种大镜头看几眼，没有必要。你让玩家自己去探索，你放这几个大镜头啥意思？
Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town.
你让我走进去自己看不就完事儿了吗？
I was a lad. You have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer on anvil.
何必呢？
Clive, you're good with people. You speak to Zoltan.
Hey, you ain't backing out now, are you?
There's a river of bad blood between me and the chief. But if someone can build me a bridge, then I'll cross it.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
I appreciate it. It'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
The forge on the hill.
Good luck. You'll be needing it.
这所有的天气都这么暗，暗的我已经麻了，现在暗的我真的已经麻了。
We can't fire the forges.
Good day. Go safely now. I have some things for sale. Here you are. Thank you. Certainly.
Sorry.
Isn't there anything we can do to help? It doesn't seem.
我不知道他是不是说他是不是设计好的，也不是，他好像就完全随机的。你看现在就比较亮，因为它应该是根据云来变的，它应该是根据云来变的。但问题就是他妈天天这副，你看，对对对，应该是遮住了，它这个实时的。 那问题就是我他妈的已经玩了10几个钟头，快20个小时的这个样子的地图世界了，我眼睛都要瞎了，我操，简直是离谱！真的这个游戏，你搞成这样子，我的头，我感觉玩这个游戏就像那种阴天你干事就头晕脑胀的感觉，我靠，你差不多得了，哎。 这整个游戏的后半段都是这样，然后后半段它给你特别多的支线，你如果不给我支线你就算了，对吧？跟着主线这个搞一堆，在这种情况下你做一堆支线，太破坏感觉。真的，我操，这游戏，哎呀。
Gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did?
Fuck! We're getting nowhere.
而且可是已经看了快20个钟头，看得我每天上这游戏我就头晕。人家看一会儿得了，他倒好。
Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here, and neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Shut your...
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round. Not after what I did.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, we need to know. What turned the village against you?
I left. Dravost. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves.
你想象一下，本来他大部分的支线任务的话，就是废话一堆，然后语气平淡，表情僵硬，就是那种本来他的大部分的支线任务的做的对话，就是大篇幅的乏味的对话，再加上这个光照，直接给我干睡着了。一是我眼睛难受，二是我都要睡着了，我感觉好像是一首摇篮曲一样在这里。
You would have torn Dravost in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravost prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road. Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the furnaces, this place is as good as dead.
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
亮。
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming up with ways of doing without.
You know what I mean?
这什么鬼运镜啊！而且
Where there's a will, there's a way.
亮。
What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted this.
这运镜已经放弃了，他们都懒得做了，甚至他们连运镜都懒得做了，已经。我都不知道这是谁整出来的玩意。
Clive, Dravost won't last long without his furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shared Sid's bellows with the world? The way I see it, it's your decision to make.
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
All right. Do it. This place was your home. I won't abandon it to its fate. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. It was only ever a matter of time before we shared them. Let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea from the prison of the
这关吉尔啥事儿啊？我不懂这个 active time lore 关吉尔啥事儿啊？我呢甚至能理解水晶，因为水晶永远在天上。奥特曼，为什么这边会有吉尔啊？这对话提到吉尔了吗？这句话提到 Sid 都正常，这应该到这个吉尔应该换成 Sid 才对。这个 ATL 有的时候有点怪。
Wouldn't you agree, August?
When you put it that way, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans then?
I know I'm off by heart.
I'll
be needing some help though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man job. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you, August?
All right then.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat.
又来了，又收集了。
Salamanders feed out in the fields of Karava.
Time for a spot of hunting, man.
天天打猎，天天他妈的，天天让你去打怪收集素材，感觉3个支线里俩都是这种。
Run like the wind.
你说平时吧，好歹咱打猎还能看看风景，就现在这样子，我已经头疼了。说实话，当我玩了《最终幻想16》以后，我再也不敢管辐射4，还有别的那些游戏叫通马桶。我再也不敢管2077的什么 NCPD 那些悬赏叫马桶，因为起码那些任务是正儿八经，对吧？你想辐射4主角是在救人，是在杀敌，2077也是，起码是在解决犯罪。但是你知道，到《最终幻想16》里，一个王国王子背负着拯救世界的重任，要弑神的，要和神去做决战，然后在这里给人他妈的打猎、收集食材，就在那里教小孩子把天平怎么他妈装起来，就真的是离了谱了，这事儿太离谱了。这里真的就感觉你是个打杂的，别的那些游戏里的问题在于，你会感觉为什么每件事都是我亲力亲为，但是起码你干的事情实际本身都是那种人命关天那种事，而不是像这游戏里给你搞得苦大仇深、世界毁灭，然后再让你干这些莫名其妙的杂活。
I say that would be enough for a decent set of bellows.
What's this all about then?
Don't know. Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
There should be plenty. Right then, time to put these louds to work. If everyone pulls their weight, we'll be finished in no time.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough, all right. And without a single crystal in sight. You know what this means, don't you?
这对话，这视角。
Ravaged is saved.
什么玩意？
Sorry about earlier.
这运镜，我的老天呐！我的老天啊！我最忍受不了就是这个运镜，这运镜就跟喝了什么东西做出来的一样。你这镜头机位是谁教你这么用的？我靠！哎呀！
You've saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking.
突然正常，
Saw the construction.
突然回归正常运镜。刚才那一段就在发病，他经常突然就发病。
Pit coal cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for longer.
哇，这个光
It'll do wonders for your steel. Our secret for yours. Only fair. I've always envied Blackthorn. Since the day I became chief, I spent every spare moment trying to match up to the bastard. No amount of sleepless nights at the Anvil will ever bridge.
哎呀，花了多少钱？我算一下，这游戏我花了多少钱买的？我买的是豪华版，豪华版我看一下汇率啊。 Deluxe Edition， Order Details， 145加币，145加币，也就是我花了792块钱，这个游戏792块钱啊！我要是不把它玩完，我都他妈对不起自己，好吗？800块钱呢，你能忍吗？不把它玩完，是吧？不能忍，我操！800块钱还给我锁语言，我去，狠，真他妈会割呀！这韭菜真是旺盛。
Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
我操，800块钱，没算都不知道哈。
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time.
我昨天不是本来说我不鸟支线任务了吗？我今天早上起来。 我就盯着我的豪华版看，我越看心里越难受，所以我决定我还是要把这个游戏的支线全做完，好吧？否则我每次看呢我就过意不去，起码咱们要把它的内容给吃干净了，好不好另说。但这800块钱的游戏不把它吃干净了也太…… 你说一般的游戏200多、300多都无所谓，它800块钱，800块钱。 等我玩完了再骂也不迟，但是起码我得把它玩完了，彻底。起码所有支线、悬赏我都不管，然后再从一堆支线垃圾堆里找出几个宝石来。确实有宝石，因为刚才咱们那个任务赤红商队那个任务就是一个 hidden gem。 就是一个支线任务里讲的很不错的一个宝石，那个我就很喜欢。所以说这叫什么？这叫垃圾堆里淘金，属于淘金，你还是能淘到几个金子的。至于值不值那另说，可能还是不值，毕竟谁他妈愿意在垃圾堆里淘啊？
Are you buying or selling?
单看那些任务肯定是值得玩的，但如果你要在这一堆里去 找，那可能就不值得了。他们也没有说好到哇，就能和这一切东西平衡，没有到那个地步，只是说那些任务本身是挺好的。所以这个游戏就突出一种他妈的。这么说吧，对，支线任务就食之无味，弃之可惜嘛，就是这个。就大部分任务都是你玩了没意思，乏味，但是有那么几个任务，你如果不玩，确实可惜。那所以它就是这么个水准。
Lord Rosfield, is there aught the Undying might assist you with this day?
Perhaps. My brother said that your order was helping him with his quest to uncover Ultima's origins. Have you learned anything of note since last we spoke?
这个任务应该比较有意思吧？这是 Ultima 7。
I see.
Be assured, however, that we will not rest until the truth is known.
啊，你原来你什么都不知道。
Our archaeologians scour ruins in every corner of the realm for traces of Ultima's touch.
Fallen ruins, I take it. Dating back as far as Phoenix Gate.
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft sighted among the remnants of the fallen civilization, as if protecting the secrets concealed within.
Secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our methods be of interest, my lord, mayhap it would please you to observe some of our number at work.
Would that be possible?
Of course. A survey has been conducted not far from here. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov, a small hamlet built around a fallen airship. I was due to visit my colleagues there to collect their preliminary findings, but if you would consent to do so in my stead, I'm sure that they would be honored to relate any discoveries they have made to you directly.
All right. I'll go and meet with them.
They will be most gratified, I am sure. Might I suggest you take the road through Titan's Wake? It will lead you straight to the village after but a short walk.
Thank you. I will.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord.
为什么这么暗？
May the firebird's flames burn ever in your heart.
它到处都这么暗。哦，对了，我还要和大家说这件很离谱的事情呢。豪华版实体版的豪华啊，实体版的豪华首先有一个大的盒子，也不是多大，就是比普通版盒子要厚，因为它里面给了一张布置地图，这张地图还是挺好的，布置的，然后给了一个铁盒，给了个游戏。然后别的区别的话，装备好像还真没有，它好像还真没有给。对，没有额外装备，就是这几个东西。然后额外装备的话，其实是预购特点，但是问题来了，这个预购特点啊，它是锁区的，就是我的 PSN 账号是港服的，我的游戏买的是，对吧？我在加拿大买的游戏，这个码我是兑换不了的。也就是说，对我来说啥也没有，就你游戏里面什么也没有，唯一的区别是那个铁盒和那个地图。足足贵了50加币，不是足足贵了40加币。游戏是89.99加币，豪华版是129.99加币，这是税前的价格，税后都要往上涨，那反正就是贵了40。然后结果因为它锁区，对吧？因为它码是分区的，它不是全球码，所以啥也没有，相当于游戏里。我真尼玛！就人星空的高级版还带第一个 DLC 呢，就别提那皮肤包，人家还有第一个 DLC 呢，好吗？你这豪华版连个因为他压根就没想出 DLC， 他们说过这游戏没有打算出 DLC， 其实也行，我建议你们别出，好吗？我建议你们别出。差不多得了，就 OK 了，别再整了。做 FF17 去吧，希望 FF17 做的能更好点。这个游戏就到此为止，咱别又给我搞一个大区域，然后又开始了。 地图能值几块钱啊？它就是个普通的一张布，然后上面印的地图嘛，就那种你都可以理解成就是这东西肯定不值几块钱。铁盒的话也其实没值多少钱，而且它铁盒设计的不好看。我跟大家讲个笑话，就是它的整体包装，就它高级版有一个纸盒，那个纸盒是一个黑白银的，它把那个召唤兽的就最终幻想16那个文章纹成一个那种反光的银色的，然后是黑底，特别好看。结果它铁盒土了吧唧，铁盒做了一个就是那个这个游戏我们可以给大家看一下铁盒什么样子的。铁盒的背面还好，铁盒的背面就是它的 logo， 但是铁盒的正面就是这个主角，就是这幅画里面主角这个样子，然后他把它抠出来，把它印在盒子上，把它整体突出了，就真的是土的要死，天哪！然后真的就没有它那个纸盒的那个银色的徽章，那个哎呀，完全不是一个量级。反正铁盒没有纸盒好看，所以就真的很离谱。这个游戏整体，你看，就算你买的是数字豪华版，也只有一个画集和一个原声集。这是豪华版吗？698港币。哎。Claiming redeemable items. Additional content is now available. Can be claimed in System tab in the main menu. 让咱们来看看，有这么一个，哎，增加金钱25%，这个我觉得还是有用的。这是什么 ？Brave。130，就这，知道130是个什么概念？130是这，就是个废品，好吧，在这个阶段就是个废品，因为你这个游戏的武器你是不能一直往上强化的，它不像老滚5之类的游戏，所以它到顶了，就到顶了。它的到顶也就比如说顶多再往上加个10级，你没法一直拿着一个武器跟你走，所以 fuck。为什么我才带着这个玩意儿？这有毛用？还不如换成这个，再不用我就亏死了。虽然钱也没什么卵用，有一说一，还是不要了。钱真的没有什么卵用，还是换一个。Rate Lightning Ignition The Breath of Fire Gaunt 是哪个来着？啊，这个毛用没有，别想。起码这钱没扔到，对，它就是攻击，它没有别的，它没有任何你可以参考的选择的策略什么的，你就看哪个是数值高就选哪个。Thanos， 我差点看成 Thanos 了，反正也是个紫薯人。Yeah. Right here. 真他妈哦，那个树比那个大，我看成17万了，吓我一跳，其实是17000。这字体。别他妈挡路！我操！哎！
Oh no. You'll pay for this. May still be survivors. Whatever that thing is, say it's their leader. Too slow.
对他太烦了，就人都已经麻木了打，因为他太频繁太厚，真的一点都不知道个度，他这个度把握的很差，偶尔来一场那就有挑战性，天天来还有什么意思？和没几步来一个，没几步来一个。
Should have stayed in the past. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Ah, forgive me, my lord. I did not recognize you. You are Lord Rosfield, are you not? We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site. When the echoes appeared, our brothers here occupied their attentions. Thanks to them, and to you, We were, for a mercy, able to see our duty to its conclusion.
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive if you put their safety before your duty. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying for.
We are charged with uncovering Ultima's origins. A duty of the highest import, as I'm sure you will agree.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you too?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the cause, an honor to which all Undying aspire. Now, to what do we owe the honor of your presence, Lord Marquis?
Cyril told me of your work here, and I agreed to collect your findings in his stead.
I see. That is most kind.
骚扰电话来了，我
Take them then, with our humble thanks.
能跳，但是我在任何游戏里都不跳对话，我有强迫症。我从来在任何游戏里都不跳。
It's one thing to lay down your life for another, but for a survey, I suppose I'd better get this back to Cyril.
Think no more of us, my lord. Only deliver our findings to the bearer of the burning.
Ah, you are returned, my lord.
I collected your colleagues' preliminary findings. Here, take them.
Report. A scroll containing the preliminary findings of the Undying's ill-starred venture into the ruins of Kratos, sealed with the wax imprinting with phoenix feather.
My thanks. I shall study them, and inform you forthwith if I discover aught that might aid you in your fight against Ultima.
Cyril, your survey party suffered several losses in Kretov. Losses which could have been avoided, had the others not chosen to complete their work, instead of saving their friends. Were these your orders?
No. This was their choice. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the Phoenix. It is our sole duty, and should we die in discharging it, so be it.
Even when death is avoidable.
My lord, I fear that this is not a point over which it would be fruitful to argue. The Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations, and your opinion of our methods, however earnest, is not like to change them. We live to serve the Phoenix. Our very order exists for that purpose, and that purpose alone.
Cyril, I know that you and your brethren answer only to Joshua, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers surrender their lives without good reason. Provide your survey parties with an escort, that they might live to do their duty for years to come. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix, but how Joshua would want you to serve him. Please. For all our sakes.
I thank you for your advice, my lord. If you will permit me to respond, our faith in his grace, Joshua Rosfield, is absolute. And we of the Undying will do what we believe is right to fulfill our duty unto him. As first shield to the Phoenix, I am sure you understand what it means to do one's duty.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind. And it is my hope that we may continue to do our duty together.
他就不考虑对话，就咱们举个例子，辐射76，如果大家会注意到的话，辐射76在对话外面的光照和在对话里面是不一样的。 你每次和一个人对话的时候，其实从后面就会像电影一样有一个 feel light， 也不是 feel light 吧，就有一个光源，有一个假光源会在他脸上亮起来，然后你退出对话，那个光源就会消失，你进入对话，那个光源就会出来，这样让玩家能看清楚角色的表情，无论在任何地方，但是又不会干扰平时的光照，这就是一个很好的做法。你看这游戏就完全没有，就场景是啥光照，对话就是啥光照，然后你乌漆嘛黑一片。或者说他可能做了某种光照，你其实能看得出来他做了，但是这个光照做的很烂。他好像是有，你仔细想想，这个地方是不会有光的。其实他也做，但是就是这个光照并没有能凸显角色的脸，他只是在那放了一个，然后没有什么考虑，没有什么设计。但是整体这个游戏的镜头不也是这样，就瞎放，灯光感觉也是瞎放。为什么那边？有啥呀？
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
Can you believe we were going to make him?
I think we'd better shut up.
Sounds like something's happening in the square.
Good day, my lord.
这他妈也没什么东西。这个。
Go with Gilbert.
这鬼游戏的物价是真的离谱。Flame of Rebirth。我想用这个。Ice Age， 这怎么不播啊？ 我的强迫症要 catch up on me。我感觉我做完这游戏以后，不知道为什么有种冲动，想去把霍格沃茨里面没做的支线都做了。我的强迫症开始犯了。我本来以为我今年治好了我的强迫症，看来我想多了。我是不可能治好强迫症，这个会一直伴我。即使我可能某一时候可以放弃，但是最后还是会觉得，还是会因为难受而去把这件事搞。
straight home now.
这居然还有人呢
The people of Amber might not have been the
Curse
funniest
breaker.
sorts.
Amber.
Faster! Damn it. The whole village is turned. Where do the stables go? Yeah.
懒得鸟他们。我觉得我这两个应该调换一下位置，否则实在有点怪。干脆把这两个合在一块。嗯，砍了2刀，看他太厚我就走了。操，懒得和他在那搞。
No holding back.
搞了半天就为了。
That's all of them. Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Ah, Clive. I was just about to send for you. I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade up in Eastpool. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own food. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime, of course. But if Eastpool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend for itself. As of those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to us to teach them. And if you're wondering why you, well, the wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of Akashic around the village of late. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns with anyone, it's you.
All right.
送货喽。
Thanks. Wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. There. That should be enough to keep them in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Greens.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love them too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need to work together to get Eastpool back on its feet, I
不小
mean
心
all of us.
碰到了膝盖。
They ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right, and they're just about bearable.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. And if he don't, well, I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will.
Get them Gazal green seeds up to Sir Wade.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to.
Want to know how to tell if the world's going to rack?
I've got greens of all
Looking for
shapes
shelter.
and sizes. Colours too.
What are you after? Much obliged. Thanks very much. There you go.
Run.
The world seems to be changing so fast lately, I can hardly keep up.
Doesn't still hurt, does it? The people of the rest may seem to be in high spirits.
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrec. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway. She asked me to join her at the Bow Marches. It's a wonder she still trusts me.
后面。
The Guardians of the Flame were true friends to the rest.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a bandicoot.
哦，在楼上，靠！哎呀，不能冲刺，真的是太过分了，这东西。
The Guardians of the Flame were true friends to the rest.
Can't say it wasn't a relief to see the better part of the Guardians finally taking their leave.
I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders, and with it, a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigations, thanks to you.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must work quickly. And we must work together. Such is your Lord Uncle's wish.
As it is mine.
Layer breathe. 没带这。这么多了。
I will see that your Lord Uncle is made aware of the situation.
I heard the Guardian saying we're supposed to blow up.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from Martha.
These are Gizal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings, then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, I had thought we might be able to revive the old wheat fields, but they'd long since gone to seed, only without the seeds.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bearers how to plant and tend these, so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad idea. These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before we brought them here. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved ones. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far, subsisting almost entirely on Martha's charity as we do. It's about time we all started to provide for ourselves, bearers and Guardians alike. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been alarming reports of...
The Horde is closing in. They're coming, so wait, all of them.
Damn it all, I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
那我在这不是真幸运吗？我要是不在这，可能出大事了。我靠，怎么每次主角到哪就正好？
A veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches for a while now. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might be able to defend the village, but...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do, we may just scrape through, but I fear that's rather an enormous if.
What if you could call on reinforcements from Eastpool?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die, fighting for their lives.
So wait. You said you lack men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Do they not wish to see Eastpool saved? Though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians, what help they are able to offer could still prove the difference between victory and defeat.
You're right, my lord. I will appeal to them. My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will, a home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for.
哎，他们来了，援军。
Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance, just like I do, just like Sid does.
这也是一个非常好的支线。
We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village, your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool! For Eastpool! Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of my own voice.
Lord Rossfield, my lady, we're ready.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the Akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
哦，这个战术。
We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square, the perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them, and for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, Sir Wade, but you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Sir Wade! They're here!
Then you know what you must do. We work together, everyone playing their part, each shielding the other that no man might fall, that Eastpool might live on. For Rosaria!
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
The calm before the storm. And here it comes. Not let this village fall. Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rossfield! Change of plan!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So Wade, how many Akashic remain in Eastpool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the Curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect you.
something to tell me an Akashic Curl's heading towards the rest?
The Curl was sighted on Rhiannon's ride back towards Martha's Rest.
Eastpool will be safe in our hands, my lord.
还来找死来的！还想过去，想得美！
Let's go.
You're finished. There it is. With me, Toggle.
All right. Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be over.
I think it might.
We did it. We saved Eastpool. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it. But now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together. This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away,
they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
no. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he were still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home now too, and I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's Eastpudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course, and I'll be counting on yours too. Us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right, I will.
那本来就是送过种子，有多少玩家在做了那种大量的送种子任务以后，就是看到这个任务提示就不想做了。结果你都不知道后面是很精彩的事情，因为它游戏给你太多次送货任务，而且前面很多次送货任务只有送货，就你给玩家了一个心理预期以后，人这不知道这任务是啥样，人可能真就不做了。所以说前面那些破烂东西真的是在败坏这个游戏别的内容的一种体验。
Do you remember our very first mission together? Clearing the goblins from the Stillwind marshes?
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
Thank you again for all you have done for...
The hero returns. It's lucky you came by when you did, eh? Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you went and saved Eastpool and all.
I just did what I could.
And it's only right that you get rewarded for it. Take it before I change my mind.
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's finally back on its feet again. And a home to free bearers. Who'd have thought we'd see the day, eh?
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves, working for themselves. Like your hideaway, but not even hidden away. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that reminds me of when I first met Sid. Loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye. What happened?
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day, that whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't manage it, there's always them who come after us. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Don't worry, Clive. You went alone in this.
Faster!
Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste, lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try. It's over.
他这结算画面看久了以后好烦呐、我靠！还特别还不能跳，你必须等他放完，还不能跳，我靠！啊！
So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid.
Ah, Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it, my little dagger? Care to swear that blade to me again?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever. I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were a righteous child. Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right. If you're certain.
I am. And thank you for everything. Now, I better let these bearers know that they're safe.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
这演出也是灾难级的，都给他录下了，之后做视频可以用的。直接给我送回去了，这是。好吧。
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sambrek. Went quietly, or so we're told. And she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't. But don't worry. She'll be all right.
Hope so. Suppose you should know, eh? You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris. And you, of course.
Keep up the good work, Cole.
You be careful up there.
How may I help you today, Clive?
A gift.
Here you are. All done?
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Here you go. Think you can help?
Morbo. Parrots. If you should come across a red carrot protruding from the marshes of 3 reeds, do not attempt to pull it from the swampy soil. It is, in truth, another root vegetable entirely, an exotic species of morbo that uses a modified carrot-like vines as lure to droids before emerging. The Whispering Waters. "那是哪儿？ 3 reeds. 这儿。
slow.
我操！这是啥？
That was definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard.
"清完了，我操！清完了，清了5个小时吧，差不多4个多小时，起码目前的清完了。
Unless you've taught our chocobos how to fly, I won't be scouting this one.
为什么都锁了 ？Quest restricted. What? 全锁了可还行？这任务做完了交不了，什么玩意儿？ 你要么别让我做，做完了不让我交就离谱。不交我奖励拿不着，问题是。全锁了，行，全锁了，全都锁了，很好，很强大。
Clive. Go on then. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
不是，我他妈想用一下熔炉都用不了啊！什么鬼玩意？我想用一下熔炉都用不了，我操！因为这任务挡在这里，这什么破烂玩意？这，好，就因为有个任务在这里，连这都用不了啊！也算是狠人，我靠，这个游戏的流程就是乱七八糟的，离谱。
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. I have quite the find for you today. You wish to study the tomes?
Sid, did you know that chocobos are far more resilient than
哎，那是什么？哦，那边有更新。
Say your farewells, and let us be gone.
Clive, how may I help you today?
Fight has won.
One must understand one's place in the world. Very good.
真正的决战要开始了。
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end. For better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
哦，现在可以。说完这个就可以交。怎么又来？这。又有支线，还没完，他妈！我以为尼玛结束了呢，我靠，有点离谱。这狗又怎么了？
This kindness, my lord.
Skies.
Gentlemen, I see you both made it home in one piece.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to outstay our welcome. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you left. Everyone except Zoltan has. Didn't see hide nor hair of him.
Oh, but that reminds me. I have something for you.
真的。
Pick Cinder. How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Huh. Imagine that. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will make good use of his cinder. And if that helps save even a single life, then he'll have my gratitude. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent sleepless night trying to copy me, did he? Sounds like I better get to work. I've got a reputation to uphold.
It's good to see you back on form, Blackthorn.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes, but I'm grateful all the same. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, about to put Zoltan back in his place.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn bastards.
A little healthy competition should be good for him.
You're not wrong. Still, it's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets. And that's good enough for me.
Blacksmith's Blue Sun.咱们等一会儿再。
Oh,
It's hardly everything.
And a will. You can count on me. Be seeing ya.
Say what you will. Lady Karen has seen herself.
Sid, I can't help but notice that your satchel is twitching in a most violent manner.
Satchel 是啥？哦，包吧。他要这个。
It's your problem now.
What an amazing specimen. The flesh positively throbs with vitality. If I can successfully graft this to the Morganbeards... when I successfully graft this to the Morganbeards,
I suspect the results will be immediate. I shall begin at once.
It
is just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore unseen vigor. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Cid, you've saved us. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you believe? Its potency has nearly doubled. You must accept this vial as thanks for your assistance. The rest, I shall give to Taya.
Hey. Please, sir, can I have some more? Maximized. Restore more.
Allow me to thank you again, Master Cid. I do believe you have quite a knack for this sort of work.
A few more of these and the
These flowers are beautiful. I'll see that you're properly watered and manured, Martel.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Cid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Cid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Cid would always tell him, you want that iron gone? You find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he was looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Cid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Talk back.
Where to then, Torgal?
do you think happened to Miss...
Sid, you have to help us.
What's
What?
wrong?
You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No? Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stoneir.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol's
你们还说
inventions.
我小孩？
Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him.
Dungeon，
It's
真
not
他
a
妈
real
dungeon。
Thanks for the warning.
Miss Shirley says we're not allowed in the dungeon.
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if her godfather's offering to lend a hand,
教父。
I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the tub and crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't...
Ah, Sid! Wasn't expecting you back so soon. So, is it good news or bad?
Good, thankfully. Here.
Ah, that's brilliant! Thanks a blimmin' million! I'll fit 'em to the smelter right away!
What the fuck？ 他又在干啥？叮铃当当的。我操，这是，哇，造了个大炉！我靠，比之前那个可强太多。这，我靠，咣当一顿整出个这么个大碗。
You saved my bacon again, Sid, and I ain't about to let your good deed go.
原来这个地方，我就当时说这个地方是不是用来干嘛的一个圆圈？果然是有用。
Flexible enough already.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few improvements to it yet.
You could just buy me a bigger...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more room? And I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been working on.
The Telemon furnace was just what we needed to perfect it. It's a metal, see? So it's lovely and strong, but it's also, well, stretchy, if you can believe it.
Stretchy metal. Well, if you insist.
That is the spirit. You'll love it, I promise. So, what do you reckon?
It's actually quite ingenious. Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. You earned it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Reckon we'll have all kinds of uses for it around the hideaway. Can't think of any right now, but that's our job, innit? Dreaming up new ways to make life easier around here. Maybe even out there, too. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together. That bag of yours will be the first of many. You mark my words.
They'll hardly believe their eyes, I'm sure.
Even weirder side. Expanded potion set， 扩展药水袋，这是最大级了。Inventory maximized。成就已解锁。
Right then, let's get back to work. These world-changing inventions ain't gonna invent themselves.
They make an oil down at the docks in Oldale that's as slippery as the sea nasties they render it.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
在顶上。
Whatever should I write next?
This is a tale of 3 gallant knights, Lady Amethyst the Brave, Sir Artemis the Bold, and Sir Jos the Brazen, who trained in cunning by the fabled architect Medadolphus, and armed with the arcane knowledge impaired upon them by their benevolent headmistress, Shalian Han of the 7 Stars, embarked on an epic journey from their home, hidden deep within the towering fortress, what the fuck is this, of a drowned lich yard, and out onto the untamed wild. A journey that would see them defend the weak, rescue the ailing, uplift the downtrodden, and vanquished the darkness that had once again taken root in the land, just as the great outlaw Sidwin had done before them.
A love story? Perhaps? But with a happy ending, of course.
When you return, would you mind teaching the children?
我还要教课，主角真是个全能人才，我靠，啥都会，啥都好。
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've
Herman
been with
Miller.
the Curse for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
为啥？
The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone, and few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. can't even remember all their names, but they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run
The
with
Institute
military precision.
我直接给我串戏了 The Institute.
Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged.
The Institute is a malingering growth that need to be cut
Allow me
before
to travel
it
to
infects the
Ash
surface.
and recover the registry, so that my brothers and sisters might live on. I understand.
哎，点错了，我没有这个意思，对不起，对不起，我点错了。好。
You were a good friend, Herman, but the fact remains that
太
Ash
过
is
分了，
simply
刚
too
才。
dangerous.
Sid, please, even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman, but not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace.
Vida Grace.
Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
这支线任务咋这么多？我操！我操！大家看到没有？我害怕了。I'm fucking terrified。这一个屏幕上他妈7个任务标识，这直接这画面就给我整，直接给我吓一激灵，我操！
Glory to Griga. There you are. And not a moment too soon.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she doesn't rest soon, will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
I know better than to order Taya to do anything, but I'll speak to her.
Thank you. I pray you have better luck than I did.
Tears of mercy.
Say whatever you must, but get her to rest.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who doesn't deserve to die alone. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony of those last few hours.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia, it's the only thing strong enough.
因为我最后决定我要把所有的支线都清了，所以我已经清了5个小时的支线。
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer.
起码
You do well to remember that, Rodrigue.
I will. We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
这5个小时支线里有2个支线，我觉得做的特别好。
That lives in the forests of Norvent. near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it.
基本还是70%的支线都不怎么样，但是确实有30%左右的支线做的挺好，基本还是这个比例我感觉。但是这70%啊，70%的就有点离谱。你看这些任务，天天就他妈让你去打怪收材料，打怪收材料。
My Lord Marquis.
Yote, is anything the matter? You seem troubled. Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each passing day.
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but...
But
his Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Tarja and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was found.
又来，你看这些支线全都是啊，所有这些就70%以上的支线都是他妈的去杀怪拿个素材，全是这个样子，我真的是 ，What the fuck？
My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you, but would you help? For Joshua's sake.
我都要死了。
Anything.
我都要不行了。
My lord.
So, what is this critical ingredient?
A rare herb by the name of
说了半天废话，就是要你去打一个怪拿个东西啊！给你来几10次，你受得了吗？
We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria, but alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently, leaving the whole area flooded. The search continues for a new source, one that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it.
说语言。
The stone and water itself is unharmed by the flood.
所以我这没中文。
Yes, but
then I shall go in your stead.
But my lord,
you've yet to find another source, correct? So for now, the aqueduct is our best hope. Besides, I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
Well, if you're sure, my lord. Stonewort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms.
又要去找了。
Search around the aqueduct, and you're sure to find some soon enough. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients. I had only thought to ask.
Today, Clive visited the infirmary to have me dressed. A laceration on his left forearm. I cleaned and stitched the wound, and instructed him. 这个我读。
Your assistance in finding a new source of.
Thank you, my lord, for taking me in. Everyone here has been so kind. It reminds me.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts.
这也一样，你看这连着3个任务全是要去找素材，你他妈的改名叫素材幻想16算了，靠！70%以上的支线全都是找素材，找那个花，找那个捡那个泥巴，打个怪，捡他的东西，全是这样，全是这样，全是这样。
You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
他妈随便找一个支线就长这副样。好啊。
There's a rumor of an ancient adamantus down in Carava.
没完没了。
All what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
I wasn't expecting you back so. There you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Clive! Quick look. Think you can help?
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old haunt. With the forge and all that.
怎么了？
Well, anyway, the mines just down the road from there are spewing at Aoife like no
我
one's
操，又
business.
啊！
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every creature in the area is either turned or on the way to turning, apparently. Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. They need help, and quick. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. Except get eaten. If something ain't done soon, the whole place will be overrun.
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid. You reckon we should tell him?
No. It's better this way.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off. I'll see you in Dravost.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
怎么这么多支线啊？
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the curse breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Northreach. I suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer. Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but... But perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated. What will it be today? What is it that you wish to learn? Back again? Well, Clive.
I am.
Naturally. I shall. Godspeed. You be careful up there. If you happen to step...
Must we away? My decision is made. You said it yourself.
越到后面越偷懒了。
Be stopped.
He must.
越到后面越偷懒了，连主要角色都不愿意配音了，偷懒成这个样子了，我靠。
Make ready.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
How long has it been since the jailers of Balmung abandoned their charges?
Ah, Clive. This is it then, brother. Indeed.
You're wrong.
Of course. Of course. Another time.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. Let's stock up. Ta-ra, then.
Thank you, Cap.
You could do this.
连这种主线前的最后的说再见都敷衍了事，不给配音，我真的不理解这游戏怎么回事儿。
You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Crack the crystal. Not a very good one, but then... So, what'll it be? Not my best work, but it'll do. That it? Fine.
Limits。
You're right. About that. Oi! Let's see. You off then?
So, did you have that word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever. He told me exactly where to look, in fact.
And what precisely will I be cooking up? Or is it better not to know?
Blueback wyvern liver. And, a herb known as Saint's Bonnet.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Well, at least it weren't actual worms, I suppose. Now then, you stay right where you are. I've got some cooking to do. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on about. And here we have it. Fried mortress of skyworm. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered.
炸龙干。
Begged.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honor than partaking in a slice of culinary history?
咋了？这么难吃？至于吗？真的这么难吃？
So, not fit for consumption then.
What witchery is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness.
所以
Yet, it is the piquant kiss of the saint's bonnet
所以这是太好吃
that
了。
tames this savage dish. It is a tour de force, a force of nature even, a maelstrom of flavor and sensation, a graceful beast emerging from centuries of slumber.
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking.
Nonsense.
But I reckon you might be right. It was decent then, I take it.
Decent? It's remarkable. And I defy any man to say a word to the contrary. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback wyverns forthwith?
I'll give it some thought.
Not to be outdone.
That book may be a veritable treasure trove.
Ivan's newest dish is a masterpiece.
这又咋了？
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
你不刚从 Randall 九死一生逃出来，你问我 is realm so bad？ 这个支线和主线的时间线完全对不上，
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the
它
great
这
and
实
good
际上
of
是
the
发生在
realm
之
might have things
前，
a
应
little
该，
more
而不
under
是现在。
control.
但是啊，
Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days.
如果是网游也就算了，怎么单机也做成这样？
We must move quickly.
感觉他所有的问题基本都是
True.
因为他在用网游的理念做单机。
But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand,
It's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive. Don't worry, my boy. Rutherford is in Randalar this very moment, and singing your praises to all and sundry.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the Executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the Executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the Executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
I was wondering when next you'd visit. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it. The door to the shelves shall ever.
Come on. Run like the wind. The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
我也是不太理解这麦克风抽什么风，每次隔一会儿就抽风，隔一会儿就抽风。什么毛病？哎呦我操，什么毛病啊！天哪！我好像发现了，就是我一碰那个麦克风的杆子，就会有静电，就会有啪一声那个静电。只要那个静电一发生，这就开始抽了。然后我必须要到电脑上去重新开启。我不理解这是为什么。这鬼地方的静电怎么这么强啊？我靠！一碰就出事儿，可还行？太这。
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks?
A complete botany of bonds. White of flower and black of root, the latter of which gives out an inky glow which curl or crash. 这什么鬼？这什么 A northern storm pricked their skin with oak needles soaked in such, drawing curious patterns about their arms and legs in honor of their heathen gods. The gall is passing toxinate that a single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or if applied to a wound, certain death. Should a sip of the needle end a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin print failed to find favor among the heaven.
His interests were certainly...
The Mogul. No spirit or spirit appears more often in Valethian folk tales than the humble Mogul, though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps. Most stories depict them as clumsy yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They are said to have sweet tooth, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest not remain but crumbs come morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, excepting the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly colored pom-poms that protrude from the top of their heads. And yet there's one detail regarding the Mogul that most find more remarkable than even the orb at the tops of its brow. The fact that the creatures actually exist. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moguls are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth, and in this case of the Morgul, the fact may be not so dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list. The white mole whose feet do not touch the ground,
among the beasts of the realm, and the illustrations besides the name, why, it is none other than the Mogul. Of course, it's true that the creatures are not known to still survive in the twins in the modern days. Perhaps their miniature wings carry them to other climes. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction, or perhaps, just perhaps, they do still live among us, hidden away far from human views. 我们的营地里不就有一个？ From the distance. 他们都忘读了，操！哎呀，我怎么读啊？我想再读一遍怎么办？我操！点不了了，可他妈还行。What the fuck？ 库里呢？读不了啊！什么鬼东西？他妈书捡了就读不了了，绝活！我靠，这他妈离谱！我操，一个东西放在架子上能读，放在这儿就读不了，在身上就读不了。
Leaving so soon, stranger. We've been watching you from a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse.
别废话了，
Very
行吗？
well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Let's see, shall we?
Fire and flame! Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait.
这都能跟丢，什么破烂演出啊！这能跟丢是真的牛逼，我操！
Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
尬死我了！这是真的要尬死我 ！What the fuck is this？ 哎，唉，又阴又暗又没意思，真的离谱。就这东西，那一堆媒体能给9分？啊？ 疯了，玩没玩完啊？但凡真的你要去把它这游戏的内容都做了，你都不会觉得它是个，它能够到8分都已经啊，这就离谱。
I can walk from here. This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here.
真的离谱！这游戏要能拿9分，我操，那育碧全线9分，真的。这支线任务做的简直了，我靠！这支线任务，说实话，哎，都不如育碧的水准。这游戏也不是光就主线，这一堆支线，几十个支线。 真的，但凡玩了玩都不会。看看我已经做了多少支线，从这儿开始。真的，我觉得我现在对这游戏应该是蛮有发言权的了吧 ？What the fuck is this？ 70%的东西都是 trash， 说实话，真的，70%的内容都是。 垃圾内容，没有营养，乏味，是有30%好的，但是呢，前提是你要能忍受70%，否则你怎么知道哪个支线好，哪个支线不好？除非你去查攻略。一个游戏如果要让玩家查攻略才能体验到乐趣，那它就是失败。否则你就等着吧，啊，让你热情消磨殆尽呢。 墓地不让埋，不让埋那个。 20 sandbag for such duration as injected. Burn intensity. Live combat. 1 to 3 hellhounds.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry.
I had been torturing my own flesh and blood. And now I see her everywhere. Today, one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile, the smile she inherited from her mother, the mother I killed for giving birth to a barrier. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me. My daughters, my wives, all of them, all those children. So many have died at my hand. I can bear the guilt no more, and so I have decided tomorrow I too must die. It will be the last order I give to those poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I will command them to rear my limbs from limbs, and inter my accused corpse beneath the white tree, whose cooked hands reach to the sky in supplication. And besides me, my shame, my curse, the record of all their names, all those I have wronged.
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out. Forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see.
这为啥要来俩黑屏啊？是不是有点毛病啊？一段演出给俩黑屏，真有你的 SE。
This must be the registry.
10岁、9岁。Luthification 是什么意思啊 ？Emancipation 又是什么？ Lucification 是石化 ，Emification 是消瘦，是饿死的意思吗？屈服 ，Attempted Flight 11岁、12岁，我的天！这是一个折磨孩子的集中营。
This place was a slaughterhouse. Where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed. It's over.
44。
I'm done. Good girl. Yeah. Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by Akashic. I need to hurry. Back to the stables, girl. There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether's thickest there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Who's a beast? Strictest啊，也就是说，这些 barrier 是被用来训练野兽的，当做
This place was no ordinary prison, and I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
真离谱。Who's a
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
这个国家是最恐怖的，整个 Storm 大陆对待 Branded 的方式都没有这个 Kingdom of Walu 的这个黑暗，怪不得他们是 Warden of Darkness 他们的首领，这个地方就是那种特别恐怖的黑暗王国。
were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared. Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
这门能开吗？哎呀，我怎么出去啊？这儿。
No luck downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and... it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even, and those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment. If we don't find any survivors, we've risked our lives.
不是这来来回回的跑腿任务、跑腿路线是他妈谁设计的？我操！你主角都连冲刺都不能冲刺，让你在这跑来跑去、跑来跑去，有病吧？烦死了，真的烦躁了，已经。我靠，玩了一天这支线人都要麻了。我当年玩老滚5支线的时候，玩几天都没有任何感觉。现在这游戏真的人要已经不行了呀！我操！我感觉我到底在干嘛？我都怀疑自己，怎么就这么没劲呢？为什么能把这些本来能做的很有意思的任务做的这么没劲？一会儿又是废话，一会儿又是，
Survivor. She sounds close.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. You must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
这尬演，面无表情，这两个人他们一点表情都没有。什么鬼玩意？我操，太丑了！这个对话，这两个人他们面无血色在那里，我靠，这是恐怕是我近几年见过最丑陋的站桩对话，绝对的，太离谱了，做的，怎么能做的这么烂？真的是一种本事。真的，我去，7年前的辐射4都，咱别说7年前，10几年前的质量效应都比这好多少倍，我的天啊！2023年的次世代大作，一个站桩对话，连10几年前的游戏都不如。又开始刮了。
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's...
不是为什么刚才他在说话，他们的聚焦在我脸上啊 ？What？ 把他给糊掉了。神级镜头设计，我大呼震撼！我靠，这是什么新流派？这肯定是某一种新流派影视思路。我脸上也没表情啊，问题是你放我脸。
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you. You mean the Iron Kingdom? Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive.
我操，什么鬼玩意？我操，太丑了！
Belief begets truth.
这镜头太难看。
Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Haida Marie has taken him. Liking to her new home.
There's something about it.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
今天先到这儿吧，今天还是通不了关。 我本来以为我下午我刚才都要把支线做完了，没想到要蹦出来一堆。
Lawsman Harpocrates, I received your note.
怎么30小时通关的？怎么可能？就支线一个不做30小时，那是可以。但凡做点支线都不可能30小时。主要是我不知道什么支线好，什么支线不好，因为我确实玩到了好几个我觉得很好的支线，所以我不知道什么好什么不好，对吧？我不做我也不知道，我就只能在一个垃圾堆里去寻宝。现在。而且你知道更离谱的是什么？他有好几个送货任务嘛。然后我今天上午不是接到一个送货任务，我不知道你当时在不在看。那个送货任务也是只是一开始就是送一个种子到一个村子，就这么简单。结果你送完了以后出事儿了啊，那边出事儿了，出大事儿了，这么一个支线。所以你光接支线，你都不知道哪个支线好哪个不好，你必须实际去做了，你才能知道哪个是好支线，哪个是。但是如果我想玩好支线，就是我想完整的了解这个世界，更深入了解世界，那我就得做支线。但问题是他的做支线的大部分的支线又是破烂，又是垃圾内容，所以就导致我只能在垃圾堆里去翻。这个游戏做支线任务的体验就是在垃圾堆里找东西，寻宝，在垃圾堆里寻宝 ，treasure hunt， 不对，应该叫 treasure hunt in a dumpster bin。Some
years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short.When Dion left to join the Dragoons, his studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting.Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone.Until the day he could not bear it any longer.
这边说的是迪奥，迪奥王子，他是迪奥王子的老师以前。
Was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.Then
I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail.
为啥？
Apothecaries across the age
操！这又来！哎呀，我已经气打不出一。说的好好的，对吧？大家就了解他的身世，他和迪奥的关系。然后突然，哎，你帮我带一条某某某怪物的素材来，我。没完了是吧？我他妈接了5个支线任务，每一个 every single fucking time 我都是管我要他妈的怪物材料，什么？这你们这我真没完了，没完了！我靠，疯了！哦，这不是怪物材料，这是花，我要去采花了，反正都他妈是素材。不是你不是采花就是去打怪，这就是这支线。这游戏从头到尾有几十个才拿素材的支线，几十个，我没有夸张，绝对有几十个，少说20个，全是拿素材，连主线里都有整整4个是拿零件的。 我真的是说不出话。
differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the
咱就叫素材幻想16吧，别就离谱。
There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers
是个人都要让我拿素材
Whether
去。
they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you.
就好像
And please
我打个比方啊，
be safe.
就好像哪一天辐射里面的任务，第一个支线让你拿一卷胶带，第二个支线让你拿一个死亡爪手，第三个支线让你拿一个什么什么鹿肉，然后他的唯一目标就是拿这个，就没有别的。就你去，比如说你打死一只辐射鹿，你把它的肉拿回来交给那个，哎，支线任务完成。除了中间的一些对话以外，就没有别的。包括你比如说让你去，对吧？拿一卷打字机，哎，你去，你对话，然后你出去拿完打字机回来交完，对话没了，几十个这样子的任务，我操！要是辐射敢这么做，我都不敢想我会怎么喷他。我的天呐，这种东西你也敢叫支线？这种东西叫杂项还差不多，好吧？或者你偶尔来一次，你怎么能每一个支线？你怎么能做到什么70%-80%的支线全都这样子啊？你怎么能这么做支线任务呢？可能还是我网游玩的少啊，我就玩 ESO 吧，我也确实觉得 ESO 的任务比较平淡。但是我都觉得远比 FF16 的强。不过我对 ESO 的评价也很一般，可能这就是网游共性。但是问题是 ESO 作为网游，我可以对吧？我可以怎么说呢？我可以一定程度上忽视这一点的影响。但是 FF16 作为一个单机游戏这么搞，我就完全不能忍了。
I hear that you traveled to Ash, Sid. Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
If I may, the bearer registry.
为什么要黑屏？说实话，这个黑屏真的很没必要。
He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body, nor any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering, and in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
Mass Maze
the realm will hear of Badbach.
操！又是满图的支线，杀了我吧！开始淘垃圾箱了，朋友们。我现在直接人就钻进一个大垃圾箱，开始淘东西，看看咱们能不能淘上来几个宝贝，还是说，首先看看这个是啥，看看能不能，你看这个他妈都不让手动冲刺，你们说离不离谱吧？离不离谱吧？就在这慢慢悠悠的，在这空无一物的地方，就在这晃晃晃。你必须出了这个村，才让你，才让你骑那个陆行鸟。即使你骑上了陆行鸟，还是这种又臭又长的赶路。我垃圾箱呢？开箱了。看看啊，这个箱子里是垃圾内容还是有价值内容？操！战斗中不能捡花，必须要打死这个怪才让你捡花。我他妈不想打了，我累了，我操！什么玩意儿？开始刮吧，就你妈的！刮吧，就刮，开刮。我今年玩的最好的是《死亡空间》，第2名是《完美音浪》，第3名吧，现在暂且不好说。就是新游戏里，《死亡空间》是我今年上半年的第1作品。如果你让我现在选年度游戏。就比如说，现在你列一个年度游戏的名单出来，今年目前我会是这个角逐会从《死亡空间》、《完美音浪》和《王国之泪》之间展开，到目前为止，差不多3个游戏的话。如果选5个游戏的话，那应该会有网络骑兵和谁？我看看，我今天我的列表呢。目前5个游戏啊，5个游戏的话就会是《死亡空间》、《完美音浪》、网络骑兵、《生化危机4》重置版和《王国之泪》。但我目前最喜欢的是《死亡空间》。作为一个不喜欢恐怖游戏的人，我觉得《死亡空间》能做到这一点，那说明它是真的素质过硬。因为我本来就不是这个品类的受众，但是我却能觉得它特别特别好。王国之泪我这里是8分，但是游戏还是好游戏，而且我也没有什么失望的地方，可能唯一失望的地方都在于 NS 的破烂机能导致。 所以游戏本身的话，虽然我没那么合我口味，但是8分肯定是没问题的，8分以上，在我这里8分以上就是没有问题，只可能是我个人口味不合，我就会给8分。9分的话会是那种我很喜欢，但是它有某个地方我觉得做的不够，我一般是这么评分。所以，我操！但死亡空间真好啊！死亡空间是真的好，我去！我当年玩了，我原版玩过，但我没玩通。我今年玩这个重置，我今年玩这个叫什么？我今年玩这个网络骑兵，我觉得还算是我的类别。网络骑兵我给他9的原因是因为我觉得他的引导太差了，我还是不接受他这种引导方式。然后死亡空间我打9分是因为恐怖游戏啊，就像我刚才说的，恐怖游戏从来都不是我的菜，所以它的类型摆在这儿。王类8分也是因为首先野炊在我这就是9分，因为我不喜欢解谜。这个不能算精致小垃圾，这就他妈是个垃圾！我操，这个任务就是他妈是个垃圾！哎，就是来这里打个怪捡个花，你说这什么破烂玩意？然后，今年目前还没有10分的游戏，对我来说，就是新发售的游戏还没有10分的。第一个10分到底会是谁呢？今年下半年有3个有力竞争者，就10分游戏的有力竞争者，分别是我觉得有4个有力竞争者：《博德之门3》、《星空》、《城市天际线2》和《心灵杀手2》。这4个游戏在我这里都很可能能达到10分。目前来看。好忙啊！今年下半年有的忙了。这4个游戏，我的天呐，哎，各个的城市天际线我等了7年，心灵杀手等了几年了，10年了吧？星空那更别提，从上一个 BGS 马里兰的作品都已经7年了，个个都是狠角色。博德之门3我虽然没有玩过前作，但是我一直听说这个游戏，而且我看了看之前的 EA 版的一些东西，确实觉得很好。那现在没事了吧？对对对，博德之门3、星空、城市天际线2，啊，心灵杀手2。哎呀，别来烦我，离我远点。DLC 我觉得不太可能10分吧，因为单独 DLC 我不打分，就单独 DLC 我不会单独给分，它得是独立资料片我才会单独给分，所以一般我不会算 DLC 的，一般 DLC 会算在游戏里。就如果2077的 DLC 好，那它也是算在2077，而不是它 DLC 头上。但是博德3有一点我不确定的原因，是因为首先我没有玩过以前的博德之门，然后我对于魔幻题材本身的怎么说呢，喜好程度很一般，就所以我好奇就是这样，博德3很可能，我觉得更有可能是会在我这里是9分，因为这个原因，这就没办法，因为目前唯一2个奇幻游戏，在我这里就西幻游戏吧那种，在我这里拿到10分的只有老滚5和无尽之剑2，所以而且无尽之剑2实际是个科幻游戏，反正就意思是魔幻游戏的话，对我来说有个天生的那个，就怎么说呢，没有那么的能热爱，没有那么的有热情的一个事情，所以我不确定这一点。再加上我不了解前作，不知道到时候到底会怎么样。
turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have.
它不是独立资料片，它虽然是 expansion， 但它还是2077的一部分。独立资料片那种，要是界外魔之死、掠食月坠那一种叫独立资料片。
It won't. Men, finish him.
但我买了前2部，这次下促，不过我估计也不会有空玩，就是。
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as I escorted.
我估计等我玩的话，会像辐射1和辐射2一样。
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying.
辐射1和辐射2，我只能给8，我感觉，因为它的模式实在是不行。
So close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis, or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together, even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right.
但我还有上古卷轴 Online。
Ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this.
在 FF16 之前，我是在玩老滚 OL。
Start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen.
你是问 FF16 还是问老滚 OL?
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so?
还行吧。
And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
算是还行吧，这个水平。
Beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
不是他们这个站桩对话做的之差，就让你很难去想，有那个欲望去想，去认真看，因为他做的实在是太……就我昨天在想这件事情，就是为什么这个游戏它的站桩对话让人这么是昏昏欲睡？就我仔细想了想，因为呢，这个游戏首先对吧，它的站桩对话篇幅很大，这是第一点。第二点，他的站桩对话又没有互动，就你全程是看，就听他们说，你不需要干任何别的事。第三点，他的运镜很差，他的表情很差，他的动作也很差。第四点，他整个游戏的后半段用了这种昏红色的色调，让你本身看着就难受，就整个画面昏昏沉沉。这4点结合在一起以后，这个就是我目前体验过所有我玩过的所有游戏里，我可以说是倒数第一的站桩对话体验。我从来没有感受过一款游戏的站桩对话这么令人困倦、绝望且乏味。我没有在辐射4里感受到，我没有在质量效应里感受到，我没有在霍格沃茨里感受到，就离谱。它这4点结合在一起以后，咱们这还说的是第3人称对话，第1人称对话老滚5啊，什么天外世界，什么辐射76，哪一个都比它强。耻辱！任何我最近玩的游戏，就把所有我玩过的游戏拿出来，它是倒数第一，在站桩对话这个地方。我刚才想了想，就是这4个原因共同造成，就是你就看着他们2个这样，你还没法互动，因为轮不着你互动，你玩家就看着，然后他听着他们一堆废话，看着这个昏红的画面，看着这个难看的镜头，看着这些僵硬的动作。Shit.
I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience.
要了老命。主角还总是自言自语，自言自语一堆废话。
I hope I can convince him at least.
我不知道主角为什么要说这么一堆废话，这些心里的想法应该是玩家自己来想的才对。你在那就总是完成一个任务以后，主角会来一句：“哎，我想我接下来要去那里，我要去干什么干什么。”比如说主角来一句，那个就主角总会非要自己念叨一下接下来要干啥。但是问题是，作为玩家，其实你是知道接下来要干嘛的，就算你不知道，也有任务指示，所以他就非要这念叨一句，就真的特别怪。但是这一点特别 JRPG。我之前玩过很多 JRPG 都喜欢这么干，宝可梦喜欢这么干，P5 也喜欢这么干，但是即使是宝可梦 P5 都比这个强，因为 P5 首先咱不说台词写得好，对吧？然后角色塑造的很有个性，然后宝可梦是怎么样的？宝可梦的对话是很烂的，因为它连配音都没有，但是宝可梦的对话很少，它真的篇幅很短，它没有那么长。但这个游戏可能对话上我觉得比 FF16 做的就是体验上更不咋地的，估计也只有宝可梦。不，因为宝可梦那个我刚才仔细想，宝可梦那个没有配音真的是离谱，就是包括在播片里啊，角色都有口型，角色甚至有口型，但是都没有都是哑巴，实在太离谱了，宝可梦。
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus.An ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god.
邪教、拜龙教，不是串戏了。Circle， 感觉是个游戏都会有一个叫 Circle 的东西。
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the third chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
Right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
它就属于怎么说呢？这个游戏就属于学了个寂寞，就是你看，他用这种大量的角色对话，对吧？明显是想学那种重剧情，就特别重可选剧情的 RPG。结果，人家那些游戏为什么能受欢迎？是因为吧，这些大量的可选对话里面，玩家有很多时候有能力去互动，所以玩家会更有动力去关注对话本身，就更认真的会更容易融入进去，因为你得知道他在说什么，你才能反应，对吧？包括辐射、质量效应、龙腾世纪、巫师，哪个不是这样？但是这游戏给你整着一堆一堆的角色对白，然后你玩家几乎没有任何可以选择的时候，你就干瞪眼看着他俩在那一来一回干瞪眼，一来一回干瞪眼，这有什么意思吗？人家电影对吧？电影虽然不能互动，但电影靠镜头语言、靠对白的精炼，所以才有意思。如果你一个游戏本身你废话就多，你文本不精炼，你镜头语言也不好，你还搞电影这种没有互动的叙事，谁他妈看得下去？就好像你在看一个拍的很烂的电影，就拍的很烂很烂的电影，然后那角色一直在那里说，一直在那里说，一直在那里说，你说这什么玩意？作为电子游戏不就应该，就算你是假选项也行。你想，大家想想 P5 对吧，也是 JRPG， 包括我记得宝可梦也是吧，很多你那些选项没有意义的，那些选项其实你选啥都一样，但是它会给玩家伪造一种你在参与这个叙事的感觉，就是让你 engage 这个词我不知道中文具体该怎么翻译，反正就是给玩家创造这个 engage 的感觉，这样玩家才能投入到这个叙事里去。但是这个游戏它连假选项都懒得给你，就会导致真的是乏味，真的是乏味这些东西。就天天看他们讲，来回讲，讲半天。干个啥都是讲半天，然后关玩家屁事没有，你就往这一坐就完了。
Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes, at least.
Well done.
Welcome back, Sid. I'd never have guessed, you know. Not if August hadn't let slip. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost would turn out to be the realm's most infamous outlaw? Keen to help us out again?
Oh no! No!
You could sneak off without me, did you?
No.
Blackthorn.
角色天天到处瞬移，就角色真的是天天瞬移，只要需要他就会被招过来，根本不。这个游戏里就是他完全不考虑一个角色
真的在这个世界里的这个感觉。他就是每一个任务如果用到一个角色，直接像工具一样直接给人调过来，就没有任何地方去表现这些人啊需要旅行，就好像这些人什么随叫随到一样。那我想问了，如果你这个世界里人不需要旅行，那为什么还会出现之前那些什么说什么啊这个相对路径很远，你从这边走不安全等等这些事情？如果你们所有的人都能快速旅行的话，之前那些剧情不就全都不成立了吗？之前那些剧情说，哎，他从那里走不安全，我们要换一条，我们要从海路，这不是这。对吧？你这世界里到底是怎么回事？到底人需要实际的旅行，还是每个人都会传送？你两边都说不清楚，都说不通，然后你还这种乱七八糟的，一会儿这个 NPC 移到这儿了，一会儿那个 NPC 到这儿去了，啊！就你会觉得这些人根本就不是真的，你会觉得这些玩意儿就是一堆工具人，根本就不是一个活生生的角色，因为他们就不成立，这事儿就不成立。
You only did what you thought was best for the village and that.
I did, yeah. But that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master, didn't leave the chiefdom to the two of us. He left it to me, the best blacksmith in Dravost, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you wasted half of mine instead.
You're what Dravost needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you lot the consequences. I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what I felt I had to.
What you had to do was your duty.
Even if it meant we all starved?
Enough.
你看看这表情，这表情我都绷不住了。
Meeting each other up once Dravost is safe.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway.
Yeah. So have I.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose in. We're short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? I need to get my head straight before any of them Akashic try to bite it off.
2023年次世代大作的对话表情居然是长这样。
Prick or not, I won't abandon Dravost to a swarm of Akashic.
Just say the word. The villagers know.
You, ready for the off then?
We can't afford to waste any more time.
Right you are. Might be worth having one last word with the scouts, though. Don't want any nasty surprises, do we? Oh, and Blackthorn, you and Zoltan might be better off staying inside the...
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls, and there are more coming up from the mines.
What was I saying about nasty surprises?
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open. We're pulling back behind the gates.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside, but keep your weapons handy.
现在真的是感觉啊，那个叫什么？之前宣发阶段的那些片儿啥的，就是把这游戏最好的部分给你展示一下，真的是那种感觉，就完全把你的预期拉成那样，结果你一进游戏看看实际上是啥样。把游戏最漂亮的播片、最漂亮的战斗给你看两眼。 基本不给你看站桩对话到底什么样子，直到你进游戏发现这游戏大半内容都是站桩对话，然后你就傻，都是这副样子。星空对话也演示了，开枪也演示了，近战也演示了，就是没播片，哎，因为应该还是没有播片，我感觉。 除了那个飞船起降以外，好像没有别的播片吧？黑洞那里可能是播片吗？我不知道，但是别的确实没播片，所以星空也没法用播片去掩盖自己的什么。这游戏就宣发特别好看，结果呢？人家倒是没夸大宣传，人家只是没给你看不好的地方。 不像2077那是夸大宣传，但这个是 刮，开始刮。一顿操作猛如虎，一看血条没掉几格。他总算跪了。Shit.
Is that it? Apparently not.
刮，继续刮。哎，我操，都发动出来了。Motherfucker！ Shit！
我操！行了吧？哎，不是这战斗到后来让人烦的原因，就是因为它都一样啊。你每次打任何怪都一个套路，你甚至对吧？因为它没有属性克制，你都不用说像霍格沃茨那样，在战场上遇到不同敌人换招去打，起码霍格沃茨打起来也有那种随机应变的感觉。咱先不说，它肯定也没有深度。只是人家起码还多一层叫随机应变。这个游戏你打啥怪，反正就这打就完事儿了，就等 CD 给他一套，把它调消，反正打任何怪都是把它调消掉开始打，把它调消掉开始打。所有的每一次战斗，当它变得一模一样的以后，就还有啥意思啊？这。
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall.
就打什么怪都是一条解。
Don't you worry.
Good. You do know.
而且还血条搞巨厚。你要说血条搞薄点，我也能忍。唉，
Let's get you back inside.
这支线一个两个全是打小 boss， 打的都麻了，打的今天打了他妈10几个，也不止10几个，可能靠，全都一样。突出一个罐头，番茄味罐头，咸味番茄罐头，甜味番茄罐头，番茄酱罐头，切块番茄罐头。
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood, meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but we're staying just the same. With ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, it's our home. We'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defenses.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravosh needed you. So, thanks.
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you first.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I doubt I'd have listened.
有作弊道具，但是那也太烦，不是那不就彻底这游戏还有啥可玩了？整成自动战斗、自动连招，对吧？如果他一个游戏他做到需要这种东西才能舒服玩，那也算是重大失败了，我觉得。
Finally, something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually. You kept this place alive.
Alive, perhaps, wealthy even, but
真的，如果一个主打自己是动作的 ARPG 需要这些东西，那就说明他做的很差了。但我觉得他还真需要这些东西，你才能打得更舒服，那就说明他确实做得很差。他甚至有自知之明，最搞笑的是，他甚至开头就给你了，真是太有自知之明。那问题来了，有这个自己都知道这件事，为什么就不能改进你们战斗系统呢？反而依赖于作弊道具让玩家舒服？
back to us, Blackthorn. Remind Dravost what a true master blacksmith looks like. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same time.
别念了，师傅。
Kinder than I deserve. And I wish I could accept, but I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their to my steel, and I dare let
就是你只能看他们聊，我甚至不是在和他们谈话，对吧？你知道，我甚至不觉得这个能叫这个游戏的对话，因为对话这个游戏，我感觉我可以这么说，1000行对白里，起码有999行和主角都没有半毛钱关系，就是和玩家没有半毛钱关系，和主角是有关系，因为主角会自己说话，但是用不着你玩家选任何东西。这个选项比别的 JRPG 都要低很多。大家想想，我们玩 P5 的时候有很多的选项，假选项无所谓，但反正我能选，我看着就有意思。你看看这游戏，就在我就在这一坐，我就开始看，我就看他们谈好几分钟，我什么都干不了，我也参与不了这对话，反正和你玩家没有半毛钱关系，有啥意思？我想看这个他妈的，我为什么要来玩游戏？不是塞尔达也有那个假选项，塞尔达的假选项比他多了，真的比他多了呀。
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid, I've got something for you.
甚至啊，就说塞尔达那种什么叫假选项，甚至塞尔达那种怎么说呢？他甚至会让你选几个选项，无论是开始对话的也好，还是结束对话的也好。但这个游戏问题在于，你选这些选项实际上不是对话的一部分，因为他主角不会做出任何反应，就真的很离谱。哎。林克起码还做动作，对吧？虽然林克没有配音，但是真的都不如这个游戏这样。而且这个游戏你看看它的篇幅多大，你看看它站桩对话的篇幅多大，任何一个任务都要说老半天啊，任何一个支线都要说他妈10几分钟的对话啊，然后还没有任何的互动。
But I'm of a mind to make you a far grander gift.
你们
Designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief for generations.
而且这演出还不好看，你要说这演出好看，对白有意思，那算了。这些破支线里面的对白都是滥竽充数、敷衍了事的文本，转了一大圈子的一堆废话，然后镜头还很难看。你看这个镜头摆的，用一个破烂广角镜头往中间这么一杵，也没有景深，没有 framing， 没有前景，没有后景，做的啊有景深，但甚至没有对话人和对话的前，真的是做的什么玩意？
I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
你们说完了没啊？
You know what? I think you might be right. Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the Hideaway, would you?
He's more than welcome.
说完了没啊？行了吧？干啥？
We've got a legend to forge.
哎我操！啊！总算从这个废话，因为我有个强迫症，我有个强迫症，是我玩游戏从来不跳对话，这个是我坚持的一点。唉，我在任何别的游戏里都没有感觉到这么大的问题，真的。就咱们今年玩了多少个游戏？我跟大家说一下，今年我玩过多少个游戏里有对话啊？上古卷轴5不用说了吧？极品飞车22啊，这个没有对话。生化危机8也不能，这个也不算有对话。完美音浪有对话，对吧？霍格沃茨之遗、原子之心， High on Life 那个啊 ，High on Life 也有对话，对，漫威银河护卫队 SE 自己的 ，SE 自己的是生化4也不算有，宝可梦有，神之天平有大量的，然后王类耻辱1、耻辱2、耻辱界外魔之死，这些不都有对话吗？没有一个给我这种感觉的，没有一个给我一种我已经受不了，直到 FF17 啊，不是 FF16。没有一个4字词语比又臭又长更适合形容 FF16 的16的七成以上的支线的水准。你再看看这个做的毫无意义的地图，我真是谢谢吉田，我真是感谢吉田一辈子，他没有做开放世界。吉田要是做了他们的开放世界，我这游戏就跟尼玛进了噩梦一样。他已经不是开放世界了，但他居然都能做成这副样子，我操！你要是真去做开放世界，你不要了我的狗命啊！这游戏啊，我谢谢你留我一条命，我靠！您这设计水平。您可不是因为这游戏不适合开放世界而不做开放世界，您是因为压根不知道怎么做内容填充，好吗？你的游戏也不适合这种现在的情况，你不也做了吗？我还以为他是真的懂自己的游戏，说，哎，我们不想为了做什么东西而做什么东西，我想只做适合我们游戏的东西。我一开始还觉得吉田挺好的，吉田知道扬长避短。结果玩到现在，扬了个寂寞，避了个寂寞，我靠！你搞了半天又整了一个罐头出来，你不白说了吗你？你说别人不说我都对吧？我都没这么大意见。你说育碧，大家都知道，育碧就是专门做罐头的，无所谓。咱们霍格沃茨一个粉丝向游戏，对吧？首先人也说开放世界，人也没像吉田这样天天在那里说啊，我们要怎么样，我们要怎么样，所以也算了。就 FF16，他天天在那里说，哎，我们不做开放世界，我们要符合游戏调性，我们要讲述一个跌宕起伏的一个故事。结果你做成这副样子，你这不是立了 flag 完了又没达成吗？你这问题不就更大了吗？比人家没立 flag 的问题还大。而且你对他们的期望肯定不一样。最终幻想作为一个16座正传的游戏系列，你居然能沦落到我要把你和霍格沃茨比，一个新手组第一次做3A 级游戏，还是个粉丝向游戏，你 FF16 作为一个16正作的系列沦落到这个地步吗？你的制作水准就只能和人家的一个相当于，对吧？一个出道作比吗？难道？这事儿本来就很离谱了，这俩作品能放在一起比就很离谱了。SE 你是谁？人家那个雪崩是谁？你们俩应该能一起比的工作室吗？哎我操！啊！
而且最离谱的是，我今年还玩了另一部游戏。最离谱的是，我今年玩了另一部游戏，也是 SE 的，而且也是一部说自己重电影叙事的游戏。大家猜猜是哪一个？然后他在演出上，我觉得整体的质量绝对是比 FF16 好太多的，真的。它叫做 Guardians of the Galaxy， 真的，这也是 SE 的游戏。这游戏的演出播片质量总体比 FF16 不知道高到哪去了，好吗？它的站桩对话，这个游戏的站桩对话都是精心设计过的，无论是镜头、光照、人物表情、人物动作，哪一点都比 FF16 好。是它可能场面没有 FF16 召唤兽那几场大，但是人家整体又平稳，对吧？又观感统一，又好看，质感又好，比你这 FF16 一会儿啊做的很牛逼，一会儿做的很拉垮，不好太多了。这游戏对吧？同样是 SE 的游戏，我真的觉得银河护卫队要比这 FF16 强很多。咱就光谈电影，不谈别的，不谈游玩，就只是谈影视 cinematic， 无论是那个实际演算还是对话这些东西相关的东西，它绝对比 FF16 强。对白写的也比 FF16 好，哎。这货打壳没用，这就是为什么他硬。你要打他的龟头，哦，不是，你要打他的头。乌龟头。乌龟头。不要当回事，不要当回事啊！这怎么还有支线任务啊？你要杀了我吧你！你干脆 SE， 你派人来刺杀我吧！我不做人了，我不活了，好吧？你到底要他妈给我派多少个支线任务啊？这你至于吗？一个线你就好好讲一个线性故事能怎么样？哎，我就感觉这个年头有一个问题，这个年头有一个问题是，好像很多厂商啊，我不知道为什么，是不是因为市场调研的结果，就好像做一个正儿八经的线性游戏，就好像是要和他们就有怎么说呢？这事儿怎么说的好听一点呢？我刚才有时候很难听的词儿，就好像就和他们有仇一样。就好像这个年头做一个干干净净的线性游戏，就好像就不行，就必须得整点这种，要么开放区，要么开放世界。所以我今年评价比较好的几个游戏，大家想想啊，死亡空间是不是一个正儿八经的、优美的、精妙的线性游戏 ？Hi-Fi Rush 又是一个非常棒的一个线性游戏。就你们他妈能不能别天天的就盯着开放这俩字薅了，你们根本就不会做开放，你们就不要做开放。甚至我觉得你真要去做开放行，对吧？原子之心是不是游戏本身一般吧，对吧？我能给他8分，为什么能给他8分？原子之心也是个开放打引号开放区域游戏，对吧？但是它的开放区域里啥玩意没有，就是这么简单，就什么都没有。然后你原子之心里真正的事情全都在那些就是关卡里，它的开放世界纯粹当做一个逛街从 A 到 B 的一个东西，然后中间没有给你任何垃圾支线。所以我就觉得原子之心的这样也行啊。反而我讨厌的是这种塞了一堆垃圾内容的玩意，对吧？就真的离谱，这体验搞下来。你做开放型，你都不如给我做的直白点。像另一个开放世界，我有几个开放世界游戏，我有一个很奇怪的不同感，就是他们本身开放世界没有任何的
亮点，但是他们也没有缺点。举个例子，我真的这边我要举个例子，大家可能乍一听可能觉得很奇怪，就是光环无限。光环无限的开放世界什么没有，是不是？但是呢，同时光环无限的开放世界唯一只有一件事要你干，就是打。而且因为光环无限的枪感好，你就是那几个，对吧？那几个据点，你把他们打完了，然后所有的剧情任务呢都在那些大的关卡里。所以开放世界唯一需要做的事情就是，哎，你看到那边有敌人，好，过去爽几下，给他来几拳，给他丢几个雷，给他来几枪，完事儿了。就我觉得这种开放世界，要么你就跟原子之心、光环无限一样，就是开放世界里除了打一会儿，对吧？打几枪突爽一下以外，什么都别给我。要么你就跟贝塞斯达、跟王国之泪这种，你塞地图互动内容也好，你塞像贝塞斯达那样塞各种的叙事和角色也好，你要么就这两种，你不要给我搞第三种开放世界。或者其实2星的处理也像第一种，因为 Rockstar 的开放世界也是背景板，它是一个做的非常精妙的背景板，然后如果你有兴趣，你就可以去看它的各种细节，这也是一种。但反正就是你不要给我搞那种你认为你非要把这个开放世界填满。我甚至认为如果 FF16 啊就保持现在这个地图，然后你把你那些垃圾支线全都给我清掉，就什么都没有不是罪。我觉得真的什么都没有不是罪，即使它没有一个精妙的线性游戏做得好，但是它空着也总比有垃圾内容强。我宁愿它是空着的，我也不想要一个滥竽充数的东西。
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
I want. Trust me, I want. I don't want to. Leave me alone.
I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe and provided for and loved.
好，我带他们过去不就行了吗？
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one.
全是一样的任务。
Completely submerged in ether.
哎呀，全是一样的任务。
Every last one of the bastards has turned.
我到每一个镇子去都有这个任务，我已经麻木了。我感觉这个游戏是不是这样？它设计好了一个聚落的任务，然后把这个聚落任务的模式全部复制粘贴到了每一个人类聚落上，然后把他们的对白改了。这基本就是这个游戏给我的感觉。每一个聚落的每一套，它有一整套的任务都他妈是一样的，好像就取素材的、取花的、打怪的，有一群那个什么 Arkashik 来的，全是这几个，过来过去都是这几个，咋回事？给每个城都要塞一个是吧？我操，我去哪都要做这个任务。来了，又来了。
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan.
真的，这个运镜是真的太怪了，这个运镜。
Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
这是什么监控摄像头视角吗？我想知道。 CCTV 对话视角，闭路电视。
Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy.
你看这里又正常了，对吧？他们也不会做正常视角，但他们总是要搞一些稀奇古怪的玩意儿，也不知道是哪学来的奇淫。
You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison.
这光照，大家看看这灾难级的光照，这就尼玛的没有光照。它整个画面就昏沉的，好像要，哎呀，这整个酒吧的光照连上面他们连盏灯都没有。这酒吧你们一个堂堂的 caravan 就离谱，你整一个光啊，在天花板上打下来，这一片灰，到哪都是一片灰。不行，什么别玩了！你看我都玩到哪儿了？我都已经97%了，你让我别玩了，这可能吗？我就算是硬着头皮，我也得给他玩了。今天啊，这个进度了，已经不可能，任何情况都不可能阻碍我把它打完。
Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me. But for the sake of your people, ask.
但是你越玩就越那啥，是真。
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
这是1周目，谁打2周目？你倒贴我钱，我都不带打2周目的这游戏。你如果付我工资，我会考虑打第2周目的，就是没按时薪付工资，我会打第2周目的，否则我才不打第2周目的，我的老天！我得是作自讨没趣才打第2周目。赶紧把1周目 over 了。
Lord Furder. Sid, what's wrong? I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be.
因为一开始我受不了支线任务了。我不是一开始，我前几天玩的时候，就是在后半段开始的时候，我已经受不了支线，但是我最后决定我要把这个游戏的支线全打完。你们猜是为什么？因为我不小心玩了2个支线，结果我那2个支线特别好。就前几天的时候，我前天还在夸这个游戏，就是因为那2个支线特别好，然后我觉得那要不要我就玩一玩支线，然后我又玩了大概4-5个支线，然后我受不了了，怎么这么烂？然后呢，我想那我再玩一个支线，行吧，不行就算了。结果那个支线特别好，然后我就想那我还是能继续玩，反正我操，这个游戏就是这样，它10个任务里7个都是垃圾任务，剩下3个真的很好。然后我不知道为啥总是能玩几个烂的，碰到一个好的，导致我就玩到了现在。但是我对它的总体体验还是很差，这就是为什么。就它不是那种没有好东西的游戏，它不是，它有很多好东西，但是它更多的是坏东西。我就很难评价，我也很难说我就因为这样就不玩，我就会觉得很浪费，因为它确实我觉得那几个支线做的不错，我觉得后面还会有这样的支线，所以我得把它打完了，我决定我要把它全做完了，我再去评价，起码我不能错过一些好的内容。800块钱呢，我要是买了个标准版我都不至于，但是我买的可是豪华版，实体豪华版，800人民币。This is what I got. 之前不都一个个 Game of the Year 吗？问题是，咱就不说别的，咱就说王国之泪也没法，也和他不在一个级别吧。就别说王国之泪了，
什么生化421啊，什么死亡空间完美音浪啊，什么对吧？网络骑兵啊，好像那些的水平都要比他好啊。这 Game of the Year 咋个 year 法
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill.
好了好了，正儿八经的运镜来了，正儿八经的那个实际演算，你看这运镜瞬间正常了，瞬间高级了，不像刚才那些站桩做的什么破烂。大家再看看这种过场做的多好，所以我就觉得根本不是同一组人做的。因为镜头语言这个东西，就是你会就是会，你了解就是了解，这东西是电影行业对吧？几十年以来积淀下来的东西，所以不可能出现做这个的同一组人在这边的镜头调度做得好，在另一边就做得很差，绝对不是同一批人负责的。
You will all fucking die.
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
现在体验瞬间上升。
Your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves. You should run.
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run! Far, far away!
Just go, bearer! Yeah.
Yes!
Come on then. Just go.
Wait. Someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him! What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad? And what?
这种就是我说的那种支线，就是我想去做的，我觉得做的很好的，我不想因为那些东西就错过，所以我决定我要把支线全做了，为的就是这一种支线任务，因为这真的挺好的。结果前面给我塞一堆破烂。
Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty? Who spends all day every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever. But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling? He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
先不说它剧本怎么样，起码你会愿意看下去，不像那些站桩对话，你压根就不想看。又开始了，完了。真是突出一个拧巴。你就不能把这一段放在那个刚才那一段里吗？你又要来站桩对话？这就是所谓的影视化 RPG， 这就是所谓的播片20小时，这种也算吗？难道？
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage, and they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Delamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Delamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
哎呦我操
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men.
我比博德3辐射4都比他强，质量效应2都比他强。
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
主要像我之前说的那个那些游戏啊，就是为什么说 FF16 站桩对话差，不只是因为表情，起码表情可能占一半的原因，不是表情占30%的原因，然后镜头占30%的原因，然后叫什么？然后那个时长占10%的原因，灯光占10%的原因，然后20%，剩下20%是选项，就是它没有选项，它连假选项都没有。你说博德辐射4，对吧？人就算表情不太行，起码玩家也是互动，玩家是 engaged 的，因为玩家要自己选择东西，玩家必须要去听选项才能决定自己说啥，所以他自然而然会去用心去参与进这个对话里。但这个游戏它哪一点都没做好，无论是运镜、灯光，还是对白的精炼程度、对白的质量，还拖得这么长，还没有互动，还表情还不行。他是真的一无是处啊！这。
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous place of all? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws.
我前几天回去辐射4，就是想看一眼辐射4的战争对话到底是什么水平来的，结果我发现真的比 FF16 舒服太多。
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it.
咱都不用霍格沃茨和他比，霍格沃茨那更没法和他比。我昨天去看那霍格沃茨那些，哎呀，质量比这高多了。对话。对，辐射4、霍格沃茨什么质量效应都是，就是我作为一个每一句话都不跳的人，其实之前除了宝可梦这种游戏以外，那宝可梦反正没有配音嘛。 就我真的没有觉得哪个游戏会让我觉得说我不愿意看每句话，以前真的没有啊。你说我玩的游戏是没有那么多，而且近几年，但是也不少啊，300多款主机和 PC 游戏，200多款 OS 平台游戏，500多款游戏，我又是找不出一个。 会让我都受不了看完对白这件事情的游戏。等我玩玩以前的 FF 再说。我买了 FF15，我买了 FF7，
Alamal will be safe with us.
等我玩玩，然后再回来比一比，看看这16到底这是个怎么回事儿。要是以前的 FF 做的比他都好，那可就真无语。那完蛋了，那是完蛋了，看来。
There's the flood. But what's waiting for us inside?
可以睡觉，
Time to fight.
你看我想屌他们吗？我根本就不想鸟他们，我靠！
We can't leave a single one alive.
那这一座是怎么成为近年来评价最好的 FF 的呀？这是怎么回事儿？我很想知道这些媒体是怎么给这款游戏打出这么高的分的，让它成为比15和721评分都高的 FF 啊！仿佛我生活在了错乱的时间线里。 又开始刮，等我去玩玩15和721，来看看这一座到底处在一个什么水平。
The League is disbanded.
主角每次战斗完都要摆一个这么尬的镜头吗？
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Sit, Clive.
What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
特有的奇怪运镜 ，Homo 特有的奇怪运镜。
And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is
不是4都7年前了。
We bloody did it.
质量效应2也10几年前了吧？哎，质量效应2多少年以前？
After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did, and for that we are truly sorry.
西德塑造的是真好，西德塑造的是真的好。我真喜欢西德这个角色。
If you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought
对，我知道西德、陆行鸟、摩古利这几个好像每一代都有。虽然我没玩过以前最终幻想，我之前和我同事讨论这一座的时候，他就说，每一座都有 Sid。
I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start.
15没有摩古利。
Unity is the key to defending Dalamir.
哎，仙人掌怪是啥？这一代有仙人掌怪吗？那个植物怪难道是仙人掌？我还真没注意看。
I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of
不是干啥呢？
end here.
这镜头在神游吗，朋友们？这镜头在干嘛？梦游啊！
Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other.
人家在对话，为什么你在放场景啊？
What they are, but who they are.
行吧，可能不知道为啥，可能站桩太难看了，干脆切出去。
We agree to your conditions.
人家在人物对话，你他妈切到那干啥呀？还播了老半天。
That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
我现在对这些东西有点敏感，朋友们，因为我也不好说是，是大家都觉得这个镜头做的很差，还是我，因为我就最近做这种工作，然后就敏感，对吧？就对这事儿敏感，所以我不知道是由于我的敏感觉得它很差，还是大家都真的都觉得它很差。 运镜
How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving.
这种玩意设计出来不应该？难道不会被 supervisor 给退回去
？For everything.
Lubo, about the children.
Fear not, you are of.
他运镜好的时候，全是在那个实际演算，实际演算的运镜很强，但是他的站桩差到离谱。说一句比较也不算夸张，说一句真的，就是10几年前的游戏都有远比这个游戏的站桩对话好的运镜水平。虽然他的实际演算做得很好。 他实际演算的那些镜头、那些分镜，你直接拿去拍一个真人的类似全游的电视剧都没有任何问题。但是，一到站桩，我直接完蛋。质量效应确实做得很好。
那现在好像是地平线2，是吗？感觉好像。
Do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
那个银河护卫队也很好，大家应该都可以去试试银河护卫队，一样是 SE 的游戏，虽然不是一个开发组，被 SE 还给卖了，但是做的挺好。他刚才说了一堆话，实际上都没有什么价值，你甚至都想不起来他在说啥。他好像就是说什么啊，以后这个镇子我们要什么好好怎么样，就那种话了，就是哎，说了半天呢。还有多少个支线 ？Holy shit！ 快了！对，问题就是。你虽然合理，你能理解说吉田是做14的，所以他们团队里有这个基因在，但是14是 MMO，16是个单机，他还要搞影视化，你拿16的不是，你拿14的那一套放在16这么一个影视化单机的 RPG 里就完全不搭，就是一种冲突的根本性冲突的情况，现在。甚至它还有那个野怪区域，就是你如果惹到一个野怪，它会追你一段距离，然后过了时间还是过了哪个距离它就不追了。但是最离谱的是，我给大家看一个录像，我给大家看我昨天的一个录像，我们都开始打了，我就真的是无法理解了。哎，我在哪里看我的捕获？这儿，我给大家看一看，Where is that？ 这儿，不是这个，这儿，对这个，大家注意看，那一只龙，就是那个蝙蝠还是龙一样的东西，你看它现在的血条是红色，对吧？他是追出来的野怪，然后我在这个地方和这一群敌人，就是在这个区域的敌人发生了战斗，然后大家看接下来发生了什么，这个怪也被我打掉血了，对吧？大家注意看他的血条，他也掉了，然后他他妈突然变成无敌的，因为应该是超过时间了还是怎么样了，然后他变成无敌的，就直接尼玛的承受住了我所有的伤害，然后就走了，他他妈的就走了，就这个游戏的逻辑就是这样，一旦一个怪超出他的区域，他就会因为某种条件回去，然后他就是无敌的在路上，就我他妈打一半他无敌走了，哦天哪，就是这个这就典型的 MMORPG 的就逻辑嘛，我玩 ESO 也是这样，我玩老滚 OL 也会这样，但是你他妈是单机游戏，我靠，这真的是离谱。还有，哎，就很多这种毛病。我玩老滚 OL 的时候有这种我都能理解，因为老滚 OL 是 MMO 啊，我也不要求。但是你，他是真的彻头彻尾拿着网游的思路来做的，你只能这么解释。否则这种事很难以解释为什么。还有一次，哎，给大家看一个更乐的。我这有好几个很乐的片段，我到时候讲这个游戏的杂谈，等做这个游戏的体验视频的时候，我都要放进去。在哪里？你看我录了这么多像啊，这些都是 有一些是很帅的瞬间，有一些是不能播的瞬间，其实也没有不能播的瞬间，有一些是比较绷不住的瞬间啊，应该是这个，对，就是这个，大家仔细看啊，那个大家看到外面那一圈绿线没有？那个绿线就是打这种赏金任务的那个范围，但是这个游戏有一点是，如果它出范围，它是不会提醒你的。就大家知道，很多游戏它不会提醒你，比如说这个，我们先看啊，大家看，我这边因为用了这个招，我不是冲出去了吗？然后我回来，我在打，现在我在圈外嘛，然后回来正常打，对吧？我已经进来了，我他妈已经进来了，然后我甚至还伤了他一点血，然后他就回到原位回满了。大家仔细看，我进来，他这时候血条还是红的，然后瞬间变灰，然后他妈的就跑回原位，然后就回满了。什么？这真的离谱，真的离谱啊！而且你知道，就是包括我出去的那个，像很多游戏，包括战地嘛，都有，比如说倒计时，直接在屏幕中间给你倒计时，10，立刻返回任务区域，10、9、8，他不给你倒计时。你在那种混战的时候，你是看不清地上的线的。你一出界，他就你对吧？他这个游戏本来就光污染，你看那么多特效的时候，谁会注意地上的线？然后他还给你整这一套，他还不明确的像那种19、87、65、4、3、2、1提醒你一下啊！就是这个游戏里真的有很多这种问题，让人非常的恼火，让人非常的恼火。实在是，我真的是，哦天哪！都是网游逻辑，这种边界什么的，鉴定为做 FF14 做的。
This must be Mickelberg.
逃跑的话，我觉得 JRPG 里那一种比较好，就是你按住，就是它边界是个空气墙，然后你抵住它，好像几秒就是算逃跑。我记得好像 P5 是这个样子 ，P5S 是这个样子的，好像就是你抵住边界，过一会儿跑。
What is going on here? Ah, did you too heed the call?
Heed the call?
他不会立刻就算你跑，因为
No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you. Is that so? What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others.
是，我觉得那种不错，其实，或者你就给个倒计时，就你出去，你出界10秒就算你跑，你10秒内回来就不算你跑，这种其实更好感觉。然后有个很明显的提示。
This village is that altar where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters.
它作为单机游戏就不该做这个区域啊。就是我觉得它可以做一个这样，就是你不重新进地图，怪它就不刷血。就起码你在可视距离内，怪就不，比如说一个怪追你，作为单机游戏嘛，一个怪追你，然后他追了一半，他不想追，他可以返回。但如果这时候你再回去，你依然可以继续打，而不是他就直接默认无敌，然后一直要走到原点才算继续能战斗，这个就很怪，不应该这个样子。应该就是算他的地图里的每时每刻，他有一个自己的活动范围，但是呢，在他返回活动范围的过程中，也应该能打他才对。
Of our sins. Let us be reborn in your loving arms. Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him. They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair is
这群邪教，
Let's go and find him.
这一群那个信奥特曼的邪教。没有，我还没玩 F721呢。我再买这个，我起码要先把721完了再买。但是我都不知道什么时候有空，因为博德3也快了。我靠，8月1号，现在已经7月。这个月的话，我有好多啊，该死的，我这次下错，我买了30几款游戏，我现在就麻了，我不知道该玩啥。The Chronicle of Marrakov being a collection of tales as recounted to his most exalted majesty Lord 这些名字真不知道怎么读 Boyonhard of the Valdermark. As you are no doubt aware, Lord Bernhard, there was once a race of men who commanded the most forbidden of forbidden magic. But did you ever hear tell of the executors who charged with driving out the heretics? The order had the origin in the crystalline dominion, by whose rulers decree it was tasked with the protection of mankind and sent forth to extinguish the forbidden magic wherever rumors of its use might arise. Having in due course succeeded in their mission and driven the utters of the unutterable from the land, these secretive souls withdraw from the stage of history, never to be heard again. 真的，我现在忙死我了，哎。
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am.
哦，我要玩圣歌。我想起来了，大家可能一听都懵了。你他妈玩圣歌？因为我觉得圣歌要停服了。我有一种预感，圣歌要停服了，不知道为什么。就是这游戏已经死的差不多了，就算不是今年，也是明年，不是明年，反正就是意思是，我想在这游戏彻底死前再玩一次。虽然我也不知道他什么时候死，但是他肯定是死定啊，所以我就想，那不如就对吧？就直接，因为我有个朋友正好想玩圣歌，没有，这不是内部消息，我真不知道什么时候。因为大家想想，这游戏真的要死了，他都不更新了，他有什么理由不停服？他肯定是要停服了。即使，所以我也正好有个朋友最近也想玩圣歌，我就决定，那干脆就对吧？我当年是在 Xbox 上玩的 ，Xbox 上是30帧，对吧？也不行，我现在有了 PC， 我搞个14421:9，我在最后玩一次，然后就对吧？拜拜，他什么时候爱什么时候停，什么时候停。而且，对，我就干脆打算玩一下圣歌。
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
哎呀，可惜啊，这游戏。
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill, much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They
They devote themselves to the veneration of their lord with a fervor I have never seen before, praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I too swore to devote my life to the service of my lord and master, but
这个白色圆圈的风格其实挺有意思，挺好看。就是这个游戏里面的 Fallen Ruins 的美术，就是我觉得这个游戏有一点是你仔细看它的光照。他想做这种阴沉，是因为它的氛围。其实本身呢，和故事是很融洽的，但就问题在于你的代价是玩家要在这个世界里以这样一种昏暗的情况下去玩这么多的内容，玩家不舒服啊。就是它的光影，它不是，甚至不是那种有亮色，它就整体会非常灰暗，非常灰暗，导致你截图乍一看其实很好看，对吧？写实，又它不是黑身残吗？和这个剧情，对吧，也比较匹配。但是问题是，你的世界里塞了一堆非常鸡毛蒜皮的事情，就是一些非常生活化的事情。什么做菜谱，对吧？这些东西，这就天天就好像你家天天阴天，你有什么心情，对吧？来干这些事儿，连个晴天都现在都看不见了。
Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great...
又咋了？
Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go find out what. Stay here.
不是，画面亮和光污染是两回事。这游戏刚开始的时候也很好，就是它从后半段开始，从一个主线任务结束开始，它就永远变成了这样一种灰暗的色调。但是它在这个阶段会给你非常多的支线任务，你必须要在这一种情况下去做，这个就是问题了。这个游戏刚开始的时候很漂亮的呀，就是当它没有进行到这个任务阶段的时候，你看。对吧？有夕阳，有晴天，有白云，它该有的都有。但是就是问题是它到这个时候，到这个阶段以后，在这么多的支线任务的情况下，给你搞的只有这么一种天气，所有的地方都是只剩这一种阴沉的红色的天空，然后让你玩几十个小时，这真的是折磨啊。
Beneath the flood. Oh no. There must be something I can do. Echoes as well. Found her. Come on. Over here!
这才叫光污染，哈哈。这个支线好像很有意思哦，这个支线有不一样的，看看怎么回事儿。
操，不一样个屁！又是搁这打小 boss 哦，又来了，又来了。哎，主角你也知道 ，We meet again，fucking 全是他妈打小 boss。这个技能又用错。哎，No, no, no, not now. 好。啥？这游戏没有属性对应啊，这游戏有属性对应。这游戏哪里有属性对应？啊！我查都说没有啊，我还特意查了呢，因为我自己没有感觉到有任何的属性克制，它游戏里也没有告诉我有任何的属性克制。然后我上网查，大家都说没有属性克制，到底怎么回事儿？是换了个属性，但是和怪没关系啊。 你看我用英文搜也是，elemental weaknesses why no elemental weaknesses， 然后我用中文搜也是说大家都说没有属性克制，然后 IGN 的评测里说 there's no real system of elemental strengths or weaknesses， 没有啊。对，我就感觉没有，然后我还特意去查一下，大家都说没有。哦，他是这么说的，是这样 The only enemies resistant to elements are obvious ones like bombs， 就是说这个怪对火确实有抗性，但是仅限于炸弹，还有这种你看上去它就是有火的才有抗性。但是我查查，那他们也没说有伤害提，就他们只是说抗性。那他们到底怎么说的？这游戏反正他没有告诉你有任何的，他没有告诉你有任何的那个属性克制。那看来确实是没有属性克制，我还以为是我一直没发现。好像是它有个别的怪有抗性，但是好像是没有 weaknesses， 它只有 resistance。我查了中英文的结果，应该都是这样。哦，还有一个 guide 上面说 you can attack bombs with fire attacks and flying enemies with earth attacks without worry about elemental resistance。 那他也没有 resistance， 就是官方我不知道那个人可能是那个我刚才论坛里看的那个人可能自己也没搞清楚。我看了几个媒体频道的 IGN 的说没有，然后 The Gamer 说也没有，那应该就是没有，就直接还是一样。但这个就挺怪的，就你正常人思路咱都应该有，对吧？真的，但凡你是个正常的游戏玩家，你都会期望它应该有。你看这个怪，它这么明显红色火焰，它的怪攻击也是火，那它就理应是防火、怕水、怕冰，对吧？但它没有，但它居然连这个都没做。对，就很奇怪，因为召唤兽明显是有属性的，对吧？召唤兽那么明显的属性，却在游戏的系统里没有任何用，我实在不理解这咋回事。我当时就以为会有的，我一开始我去用风去打飞的，结果发现好像没有任何卵用，然后我就认为是一直没有，看来确实没有。啊？为什么在剧情里主角一刀就给放走了？要是在游戏里面主角砍他妈20刀，就这种小刀平 A， 你得砍20刀，感觉啊，20刀太多，10刀差不多。
Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them. that they might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord.
我去，你们都要办腐化了，还在那里蹲着呢。
When the Undying plucked me
Come on， 赶紧出来，干啥呢
and gave me a cause to believe in, a duty to serve, was everything.
他完全是给英配做的，他不只是英配不违和，他是日配违和。这个
must become a Kashik in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis.
这帮人还要变成阿卡西克，哎呦，这破事儿到我手上整。
Could you deliver them to Master Cyril?
奥特曼，你信奉奥特曼有什么好处呢？
Of course. Your duty will be done.
他的台词也是他的英文台词啊，支线的那些不怎么样，但是主线，如果你去注意主线的英文台词写的特别好。主线的英文台词有很多时候它是按照莎士比亚那种戏剧去写的。就我在读这个游戏主线对白的，有的时候我甚至觉得我是在读什么麦克白。就他甚至在有一些文本里会用 the， 就是 thy 这种词儿，然后他的语序什么的都很像英国戏剧里面文学的。我感觉这个游戏剧本是不是都是第一语言按照英文写的？他的口型也是英语。就这个游戏整体来说，文本也好，对白也好，英语的质量都是感觉是最好的。但是也不太清楚为什么一个日本游戏要完全。就是自己的最根本的那一个原始文本要按照英文做。不过他的世界观也本来就适合英配，因为他的世界观明显是一个西幻世界，其实用日文反而怪怪的。他有点太很西幻就，所以用英文也行。可能大家如果看多了动漫或者日本游戏玩多了，就也不会觉得日文违和，但是反正用英文肯定是不违和，按理说，如果做得好的话。除非他做得不好才会。
Welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
Thank you, my lord.
人家有光剑，这还是比较唯一留存着的东西。光剑还有那个什么蒸汽引擎，那玩意叫啥来着？中文里我还真不知道中文里叫什么，什么 Methyl Engine。哎，对了，那光剑不给主角一把，那光剑多帅啊！给我整一把呗！就刚才那些怪的光剑，靠，我还真想要一把哎。
Believers in this savior cult, they prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live.
我最近
even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end.
我最近玩王类，我就发现我最喜欢佐纳乌的装备，那个盾，还有那个剑，有那种能量，就那个盾，特别是特别喜欢。发光就是帅。
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be, only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them, we protect them, and yes, we die for them. For better or worse,
Creed,
that is our creed.
Assassin Creed.
But he didn't die for your creed.
He died to save them, and you still believe that what he did was right?
I believe that he believed it was.
I believe that he believed it was. What?
Slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will, the ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them.
真的感觉 Rosario 就是全游里的那个The North。
My lord, it has been and shall ever be the greatest honor of my life.
太真的整个架构特别的全游。
Though our duties may differ.
你想想，铁群岛 Iron Kingdom 还有 Free Cities， 然后这个说白了，这个奥特曼的那一些Akashic 就是被以太侵蚀的东西，就像异鬼嘛，就是7个王国 ，FF16 也是7个王国在争夺权力宝座，当然这边是争夺水晶，反正争夺这种战争阴谋政治的时候，然后那一边出现一个大的危机，越来越近，在全游里是异鬼，在这里就变成了奥特曼以及他的这一些 Akashic， 那些 Akashic 就是异鬼，奥特曼就是夜王，对吧？然后7大王国还在打的时候，那一边就在悄咪咪的进行这件事。然后最后呢，就是7大王国打得不行的时候，然后真正的这个叫什么呢？也不叫 invasion， 反正就事情发生了。然后这些 Akashic 就像异鬼一样横扫这个大陆，就有这么一种感觉。但是不像全游的最后一季拍的那个破烂玩意，直接在林东城就给夜王干死了，那个就更离谱了，就铺垫了7季的反派，一上来在林东城给人干死了。但反正就整个基本的设定架构非常像全游，因为吉田自己也说了，就是想做那个感觉，所以确实做得很像。我挺喜欢这一点。我一看那些既视感可太强了，那一上来我靠爹没了。然后一上来是那种一家人，对吧？也是那个王后不喜欢主角，哇，全对上了，我靠！只是全游第1集是国王来，然后这个游戏第1集是本国的，就相当于是奈德·史塔克回来了，但是整体的架构真的非常像。Iron Kingdom 铁群岛就可以对应全游里的铁群岛， The Duchy of Rosaria 就应该可以感觉是对应的 North Winterfell， 然后上面这个的 North 感觉应该就是在7王国里找不到一个对应的，我感觉应该是对应那个 The Great Wall 外面那个荒原的感觉有点。然后 The Empire 应该就是那个怎么说呢？感觉就是把君临城给改成了一个国家的感觉，那一种。反正每一个都有自己。然后 Twins 就像滦河城那边河湾地，这个 Kingdom 像霞海彼岸那种什么那种比较鲜为人知的什么多斯拉克。Free Cities 就是 Free Cities， 只不过在全游里它属于霞海，然后霞海彼岸感觉没有像这个 Kingdom 这么发达的势力，但反正整体真的很像。等，
bored， 这是要整什么幺蛾子？看看。
It's still here. After all these years. Lots more than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy.
这是狗狗的那个任务。
I wasn't being serious. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there?
你说这天要是个晴天多好，结果还是这个红不拉几的。
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
真他妈换个 EMP 都忘了当年主角长得这么青涩，看看现在，我感觉现在更帅，说实话。 现在的确实比年轻的时候帅。
Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy?
Huh?
This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here?
他把那些死去士兵的盔甲拿过来了。木剑，哇，那把木剑，这游戏一切的这个游戏最开始第一次用的武器。
You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy?
主角还配上一头冰原狼。
For never giving up. For never forgetting.
哇，这当年这么小
Let's take this with us, shall we?
那我能用吗？
So I don't forget either.
我能拿这个刮吗？对，这段真挺不错的，这个支线也挺不错的。回忆往昔，想想故事最开始的时候。
That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal.
狗狗还有别的事儿。
All right, all right. I'm coming.
能不能别给我看主角这张毫无感情的脸？ 体验会好很多，没必要切这个镜头，咱们就边走边说就很好。这地方杂草丛生，一看就是很多年没有人打理过。哇，这里能看到首都哎 ！Rosales， 当年我们 Rosario 公国还在的时候，这里可是多好的地方。 Rosario 是少数对待 Barrier 好的国家，是少数正眼看待 Barrier 的国家。
可惜被那王后毁了。王后也不知道发了什么癫要毁掉，哎，王后真的是有点毛病。王后的整件事情的动机就不成立，王后到底是为了啥？王后口口声声说是为了他儿子，但是他儿子不是因为他才打引号死了的吗？他要是不引起 Phoenix Gates 的事件，他儿子能出事儿？就是指 Josh 呀。然后他到时候你回去找他的口口声声说是为了他什么？为什么那个 Dominant 不是你？什么玩意儿？我到现在没搞清楚这王后的动机是啥。甚至不如瑟西，瑟西的动机都比他明显。然后王后因为这个不明不白的动机毁了大半个，就基本这游戏里这些破事儿啊，全是王后，除了奥特曼这件事儿以外，那些王国之间的纷争，这王后基本有一半关系，也不知道这人有什么毛病。现在的任务是拿怪物素材，任务评定进行中，有意义，还行，垃圾内容，鉴定为垃圾内容。鉴定为
It's well. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her process.
鉴定为真正的垃圾内容 ，real fucking trash， 这就是我靠。你看看这任务做的什么玩意儿？刚才这个支线真的是一会儿拉到极致，隔一会儿就给你。这玩意儿不叫罐头，你管它叫啥？看看下一个啊，咱们要送回去才知道。Let's see here.
The aqueduct. Now to find our stonewort. Yote mentioned blood red petals.
What? 哎呦，又开始喽！
I won't be picking anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it.
Nice try.
妈的，这货我操，搁这跳舞呢！
他没有那么糟糕嘛，他肯定不糟糕，他只是问题挺多的。我能给他7分，7分并不是糟糕，7分是7分是良好，7分是良好。我觉得他谈不上优秀，优秀的是8分，但是良好绝对没有问题，就总体挺好，就是说。这总体还行，然后有一定比例的内容做得很好，很棒，但是同时也有一定比例的内容做得很差，其他的东西吧就一般，所以差不多感觉是这个级别。鉴定为垃圾支线，这又你们大家看到没有？我刚才在玩的过程，这支线任务到这儿打3个怪，点2个东西；到这儿打1个 boss， 捡3个东西。然后接下来咱们看看下一个支线任务会是什么样子。这就是真正的开罐头。咱们今天开一个沙丁鱼罐头，开一个凤尾鱼罐头，开一个看看下一个罐头是什么味儿的。支线对啊，这么说吧，这个游戏它不是那种支线都很糟糕，它是70%的支线很糟糕，然后30%的支线做得很棒。它是这样子的一个游戏，它是一个很割裂的游戏，就它还不是像有些游戏那样就都很无聊，它不是，它有些任务真的做得挺好的，但问题就在于它的大部分内容做得不怎么样。那这样就代表说，我不知道哪个支线好，哪个支线不好，我只能全做。主线我觉得是票价，你这票价看是多少啊？我觉得对我来说肯定是不符合我的预期的，就更别提我买了个实体豪华版。但是主线，如果你只打主线，你不在乎价钱，我觉得主线起码是8到9分，就光打主线啊，8到9分没问题。但问题在于你光打主线，你的装备强度上不去，你的技能强度上不去，你打仗更刮痧。所以如果你再包含上战斗的话，主线我觉得我最多能给8分。如果你带上支线和这游戏别的东西，我就只能给7分了。因为它的战斗是真的刮呀，的主线里可比这些支线刮多了。我现在都懒得鸟这些怪，就是因为这个原因。我真的不想理他们，我只想走，他们太烦人了。你可以看，这还是一群小怪，这他妈是一群小怪啊！哎，哎，这他妈什么东西啊？这，我给你录下来啊！这个游戏真离谱，干嘛？他怎么又无敌了？他无敌又回去了，这什么鬼啊？这不离谱呢吗？What the fuck is this? 超！哎，还没死， 怎么这么小的区域还能触发那种出区域的事情啊？我有点不理解。所以这个支线呢，大家看到没有？这个支线搞了老半天也是拿一个东西。咱们再去看看这个支线，已经连着3个支线是打怪拿素材了。这就叫罐头自助餐。请大家品尝一下我们新鲜出厂的罐头，不，这不是玉璧味儿的，这是咱 SE 味儿的，如何？好像这个不一样了，是不是这个会是一个比较好的支线？看。
You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
没错，看来普通人是不能用传送装置的，所以之前那个铁匠怎么是来回天天出现在各个地方，我就不理解。但是 dominant 就能用瞬移吗？如果 dominant 也用不了吧 ？dominant 如果能用瞬移的话，那之前他和他的叔叔 Uncle Brian 一起旅行的时候，那是怎么啊？他主角传送过去了 ，Uncle Brian 走过去，主角在本地等着他，那显然是不可能的。所以这个传送水晶应该是就在世界里应该是不具备传送功能的，否则这一切都说不通。但如果它不具备传送功能的话，那主角之前从Free Cities 从 Denver 一路刚负伤痊愈，就一路走到 Hideaway， 再一路走回来，只为了取一个零件，然后只有主角一个人回来，然后这边好像发生了事，还是紧接着就在几个小时之内就发生了，毕竟之前那些大军已经在这里，所以这事儿到底怎么说得通呢？这个时间和空间上都说不通，也不知道这剧情是怎么回事儿。哼。
Zerm, I'd at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
And who'll pay for that? Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
Faster!
这小子跑得比我的鸟还快。这小子跑的是真快。当然，这游戏里的人实际上都是在瞬移的，所以你是不可能看到他们自己过去。
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. You deserve a rest.
哼。啥情况？
Damn it.
这
Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then
Huh.
run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
主角还和怪说一句，可爱捏。哈哈。
Ember, are you? Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
我猜他是进去拿 logbook 了，你们信不信？这什么东西？我拿了个啥？什么 ？bread？ 嗯？嗯。6000 Odin Steel Master Arm of Darkness Master 5级，早该升这个。现在别的该升的都升满了，
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like
the right man for the job.
果然他去拿了。
I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Hey? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway.
操，这能算他过吗？我觉得这不能算他过。这他差点都死了，让他 know your limit。如果这个算他过了以后，他再更冒险，那怎么办？以后可没有人来 save your ass 啊！我靠，这次是我在旁边，我如果现在让他过了，我是对他不负责任，我肯定不能让他过这个。他被那个什么怪物能抓到那里，说明还不够谨慎，还不够。现在让他过只会害了他，不可以。
Do you see anything you like? You've a keen eye. An excellent choice.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets.
I would speak with this Duke about
Silversmith.
The captain just now.
Your town needs you.
Do you have a moment, Clive?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizen's watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every
Most
action.
overbearing.
Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans.
这事儿还没结束呢。
He is not one to be swayed by reason. No. He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle... drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to
We'll
make
drive
every
out the
sacrifice to
empire and
ensure her
restore
revival.
what...
But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people. He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed
话
to
说
ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him by all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of
Town
Philip's
Watch.
plans for the Town Watch. But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action together.
我想知道，话说，你们心里有没有那种
The Town Watch has been taking up a great deal of Philippe's time of late.
guilty pleasure 的游戏？Guilty pleasure 就是指那种连你自己都认为这个游戏很一般，或者说很平庸，但是你依然因为某种不可知的原因很享受这款游戏。对于我来说，首先是幽灵线东京这游戏。对我来说，可以说是 guilty pleasure 的终极写照。不知道为什么，就幽灵线这个东京这个游戏，对吧？连我都觉得它也是个罐头。哎，但是我怎么就这么喜欢幽灵线东京呢？
还有圣歌，圣歌也是，圣歌的任务设计也稀烂。但是，我靠，就圣歌我玩了挺久，圣歌我得玩了120个小时，当时就不知道为啥，有一些这种游戏就是你问我都不会说它是好游戏，嘿，但是我就是喜欢玩。幽灵线东京，我觉得可能是因为日本街头就是在那之前没有出现过一个刻画的那么逼真的一个日本都市，它主要是涩谷那一块，但是它就是做的，我去那个氛围，我到现在还想起来，那种就是淅淅沥沥的雨夜里面，黑夜里面，空无一人的东京。烟雾弥漫，街头怪物丛生，我就那个感觉，我操，就是至今都有一种说不出来的美妙感。即使对于我，就如果大家平时看我视频，我对于开放世界做的好不好这一件事情是很看重的，对吧？基本任何游戏我都会很重视这一点，在评价里，但是唯独幽灵线东京，不知道为什么我能对他很宽容。怪，这就叫 guilty pleasure。
If you're a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
幽灵线东京很大程度上让我去年去日本一个人，我一个人去了东京，年初的时候。大家可以去看看我的 vlog， 如果你们有兴趣的话，我都发了。东京的7天7集我都发完。当时就是玩完幽灵线以后，特别想去，不知道为什么。所以这游戏真的很奇妙，有一种魔力，我靠！我宣布其为最佳文化输出游戏之一。
They're back. Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
Let's go. Run like the wind.
今天还是没能通关，本来说昨天要通关，然后说今天上午要通关，然后说今天能通关，然后今天他们也通不了关。哈哈。哎呀，又开始喽。这个挺快，直接秒了。啊，又来！我溜他们一圈，溜近点儿。老滚1个月能玩完吗？我玩了半年。呵呵，滚5我玩了半年，我操，玩了快500个小时。这个月你得。这个月有点难了，操！哦，2个月，2个月说不定可以，要看你每天有多少时间。但是主要是我8月要玩博德。 我不是还有老滚 OL 吗？我都不敢，老滚 OL 也太吓人了，老滚 OL 得上千，我靠！因为他现在更新的任务线多到爆，所以我都不知道博德之门之前能不能把老滚 OL 玩了，肯定不可能，我觉得不可能了已经。博德之门之前我只有1个月时间，我怎么可能把老滚 OL 玩完了？如果能玩完，我都不上班，我还要上班呢。我今天是放假，今天是加拿大国庆节，否则我今天应该是在上班。
You all right? I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, that's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
War breaks out.
The ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople.
女儿要和父亲搞内战啊
She'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
Marching on the barricade.
I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
哎呀，我不刚才就在说嘛，本来想今天播完，明天哎他们开始怎么 Civil War 是
The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine.
我操，这火警响了，我真的是就，我要，我靠，第4次这个月，前天不刚他妈响了一次吗？是什么鬼玩意？你这楼有病吧？哎呦，为什么？几点？11点。我记得上次也是这个时候来着。就是我玩《最终幻想16》的第一天，说明这个楼里有人家里烟雾报警器响了，但他一直不管。如果你家里烟雾报警器响了，比如说你20分钟、半个小时都不管，那它就会自动报全楼火警，或者说有人误触了火警。这个事情自从我搬进了这幢楼以来，已经发生了大概10几20次了，所以就真的离谱。哎，但最近几次他刚刚把我单元里面的火警关掉了，他们是不是觉得太离谱了，然后有管理人员关掉？因为现在走廊里的在响，刚才一开始是包括上一次都是房间里的响，就根本就什么事儿都干不了，全是那个蜂鸣声。现在还好，现在只有走廊在响，那我们可以继续玩了，否则也太离谱。
The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her.
他居然敢侮辱这个镇人人认为的
And not posturing born of a family feud.
相当于镇长一样的人物了。这个 damn 是，他居然敢侮辱他，疯了！胆子真他妈大，我操！
The slut of Twinside who bedded a branded.
What the fuck?
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griga.
Clive,
我还是喜欢女主。
I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme.
哎呀，你们这帮人真是真会挑时候。
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun.
又来了，经典，大家记得吧？我之前说的，每一个城都会有这个任务，每一个城都会有这个被攻击的，这就是这个城的来了。但是这个任务的背景还是很有趣的。哎，话说是不是每一个城的最终任务都是被进攻啊？那我觉得这个设计还行，好像是。大家仔细想想，刚才那个也是。 就是你这个城的支线做到最后一个的时候，这个最后一个就应该是这种了，应该是那个阿卡西克来打。
Let us make our stand here and protect our homes, protect those that we love, together for Northreach.
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates, archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
哦，队长说的好。 消防车又来了，真是天天麻烦人家消防员，靠，天天整狼来了，哎。
I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands?
我突然想玩辐射4了。我突然又想玩辐射4了。
I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the
因为我突然想到，为什么想到辐射4是这种城镇被围攻的情景，然后我就可以自己去建防御工事。我突然就想干这件事，我突然就想玩辐射4。 没空啊，真没空啊！辐射4都玩了多少遍了？那肯定还是应该先玩没玩过的游戏。我都不知道我下一次能正经玩辐射4到是多少年以后。哎，我到底我也不知道了，已经。
I have served the Duke for many years.
老滚4主要还是太老了，对我来说，画面和手感啥的。
If any get by, you can trust we'll be here to meet them head on.
Ready, go? Yeah!
Come on!
This is more like it. Come
Ooh!
on, test me.
New enemies approaching. 说是4楼的火警。又他妈响，救命啊！首先，这公寓应该是禁烟的，就是烟雾报警器长时间没人管就会响。但按理说正常人都不会不管的，因为这东西你但凡开个窗扇几下它就没了，所以也不知道是什么人一天到晚在触发火警。稍等一下，我。哎呦，哒哒哒哒哒哒。哦，刚才单元里没响，他这消防员一来广播了一下，单元里面又继续开始响了。现在我傻了，这不离谱吗？Come on！ 哎呦，总算没了，没了，没了。
I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire. That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel, because you feel it yourself.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again, as did you, Sabine. His radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too,
挺好。
Father. I should never have taken things so far.
大团圆了。
I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, Your Ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque.
新赞布里克神圣国。
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here,
主角在旁边看了老半
see if
天。
Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
哎，
Can we get you anything?
这游戏的对话的问题就在于主角没有任何参与感，玩家没有任何参与感，所以很容易一个对话的文本，如果本身是一般的文本，但是如果配上一些玩家互动，都会效果好很多。它的问题就在这儿，它其中大部分的对话本来就一般，再加上没有互动，就直接没意思了，一点意思都没了，所以才会，哎。
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'd be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
我要玩
It's a long story.
斯塔菲尔德。
Madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer.
不敢相信啊，只有60天。
The gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the veil that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me.
应该不可能了，因为典藏版啥的都已经应该是做好了，压完盘了。普通版压完盘了，典藏版没有盘。这些东西都物料全都准备好了，应该不可能再演。
Do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter. All united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
我靠！等一下，等一下，我这是什么东西？给我推送。我在我的本地 Facebook 的二手市场上看到一个人卖700刀的一个包，里面包含了辐射新维加斯的典藏版、辐射那个合集、那个核弹版合集，BB 小子2000的 holotape，BB 小子2000的那个模型，辐射4的模型，就是辐射4的那个 BB 小子版。还有辐射3的 Launchbox 和 Bubblehead， 这一切东西700，很可惜我已经有了其中的大部分东西。辐射4的典藏我有，新维加斯典藏我有，只有辐射3的那个铁盒典藏没有。但是它这，别的我都有了，那个76的那个2000我也有了，所以我倒是想收一个辐射3的典藏。因为我现在唯一没有的就是3的典藏，76、4、新维加斯典藏我都有，3应该收一个，3的典藏应该不是很贵，我记得。 反正这种二手市场上能淘到不少好东西。我之前淘到一个人用50加币卖那个全新未开封的《质量效应2》和《质量效应3》的 PC 典藏版。那个典藏版没有手办，但是它是一个铁盒，它是《质量效应2》和3的铁盒，全新未拆，50刀2部。当然，我拿到手里以后，我肯定是把它拆了。但是真的很惊讶于这些二手市场能买到多少好东西。PC 版哦，是最少的。还有老滚3的年度典藏版，我前段时间收到的，一个大盒子，还是那种金色反光的，哇，特别漂亮。油管的 Facebook 我收到不少好东西，这个地方我经常刷，它有时候会给我推一些东西过来，比如说这个700的包，我靠，要是我没有那些，我肯定就买了，但是大部分我都有。赢得奖杯。获得所有招牌，行了吧？怎么样了？够不够了咱？这成就，这意思是你完成了所有的主要支线，你完成了所有的镇子的那些东西，应该意思是。我之前发过动态。哎。不知不觉，大家看，清完了，我他妈的清完了。现在我们只需要回总部交一下，应该就彻底结束了。应该所有的支线就结束了呀！哦，天哪，不敢相信。
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Porter's Alder as we speak. They will await your return there.
强迫症舒服了，我现在强迫症非常的满足呀，马上就要得到极大满足。
That even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power.
这个还不算，因为这个支线还没有那么。好吧，也行，也算，也差不多了，和玉璧那些也差不多，和霍格沃茨那种也差不多。我觉得其实我当时玩霍格沃茨的时候还是没有时间。我当时玩霍格沃茨的时候，我的前一份实习工作很忙，然后也很远离家，所以回家很远，就没有时间。所以我之前霍格沃茨就没有做完所有支线，因为他的支线也一堆罐头。但如果我当时有现在这么有空的话，我估计以我的强迫症也能把霍格沃茨的支线全清了。
He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his, but yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies,
他叔叔是真有意思，他叔叔这个角色是真的挺有意思。
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed.
他叔这一副叫啥？
Of course, it did take a little persuasion. But luckily I had some unexpected.
我也不知道怎么形容他，靠。
Why you, my boy? Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
真的，我想来下次回国前买个 XSS。之后像现在没有疫情以后，应该是每年可以回一次国。回国当然可以用 NS， 可以用 Steam Deck， 但是如果能有个 XSS 那么小的一个小玩意，直接塞背包里，直接回家接上电视也挺好的。如果玩 XGP 游戏的话，否则我之前就只能用 NS 或者 DEC。
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach.
这可以，但是我不知道有没有必要买一 T， 因为我会很少用，我只有特定那种出远门长时间我可能才会带，所以我觉得没有必要买黑的。512应该就够。
But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption.
什么直接插在酒店电视上？
Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends? I can't stand the man.
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company are you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal.
Criminal? How?
靠，这一段真的是笑死了，我操！
Upstanding. He calls himself Sid the bloody outlaw.
Once more onto the breach.
乐。
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm.
联合临时政府是吧？
The generals, the statesmen, the nobles.
Valencia 临时联合政府。
There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance.
那要是等这事儿结束以后，不就成为一个统一国家了？不正好
？Show them that we walk it ourselves.
The United Nation of Valencia.
They will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will.
啥？
Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the.
但是有一个问题，就是设备太多玩不过来，到时候。
That you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
真的，你想，
Thank you, Uncle.
有的时候你的设备受限其实是件好事。就比如说我上次回国，是几月来着？4月，我拿了个 NS， 拿了个 Steam Deck， 实际上我的游戏就已经玩不过来了。我一边玩着神之天平，一边玩着宝可梦，一边玩着密特罗德。我回国这1个月，我通了神之天平的本传，就新章还没有通，新章暂时没时间打。那个本片通了，然后梦见岛也通了，然后密特罗德生存恐惧通了，然后宝可梦猪也通了，4个游戏，这只是2个设备。 我还有的选。然后我还偶尔用 Steam Deck 玩76，这个是肯定的嘛。然后现在我发现 Steam Deck 可以玩老滚 OL， 那如果我再加个 XSS， 我有那空玩吗？就我这俩设备已经能让我忙得不可开交了。我最近 NS 还要玩王类，我又买了马造2，我还有那个天剑 HD 还没玩。那就算我下次出远门，我也有一堆东西可以玩。然后我的 Steam Deck 上还有准备了一堆什么 Darkest Dungeon， 什么密教模拟器，就再整个 XSS， 我也没空玩 XSS 上的游戏，靠！哎，而且你说再怎么样，掌机比起这种主机，你会觉得方便，因为比如说我到了酒店，我躺下从包里拿出来就开始玩。但如果是主机的话，你还要先HDMI 一插，电源一插，这个步骤一多，你就不想去干了。其实很多时候，所以我很好奇这东西买了到底会不会实际用的。累感觉倒不会累，我现在感觉唯一的就是我的时间不够，我真的不会觉得累，而是时间不够。就我不知道为什么，我可能还没有电子阳痿，我现在高强度天天打，我操，天天打完一个下一个。我一共今年玩了32款游戏，其中通关了25款，今年才过去一半多。7月份就已经30多款，高强度，是真的高强度。每天我除了上班、吃饭、睡觉以外，就是玩游戏，没有别的啊。这当然还有做视频，我打算对吧，周更2周更一期星空那个视频，差不多了。别的时候我就传实况，因为我真的没有空去做。
Welcome back, Sid.
太忙。
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the ass, I hope.
狗蛋比我强多了，你看看狗蛋他天天干成什么样子，天哪，我都不知道狗蛋到底怎么做到的，是不是他是什么闪什么快银，他有什么减缓时间的能力，他打游戏的时候外界时间流速是他妈1/10，狗蛋到底是怎么做的？我知道他是全职 UP 主，所以他不用上班，他上班就是玩游戏，但是我还是很震惊于他的玩游戏的强度，太狠了。不行，你现在不能拿这个，你没有准备好，我不能害了你。
When faced with an unexpected foe, Ember froze. He did not run. He did not fight. Had I not been there, he would be dead. It would be too great a risk to send him out on a mission alone.
Thank you, Sid, for your honest appraisal. Ember, you braved the tower and emerged.
你还需要继续训练。
Yes.
你现在还不行啊。
Because Sid saved your skin. To me,
他这作息太狠了，不像我2点睡觉8点起床，每天6小时，而且很混乱。
Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade. And any mind...
我的作息就真的很乱，唉。
A scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't.
做不到，11点睡觉，怎么可能？天哪！
fine. One more chance.
我2点睡觉算早的。
I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to.
他是真想当。
I'll show you. Just you wait.
他是真想当侦察兵，他急了都，我天！给孩子整生气了。但是这是为了他好，好吗？
We've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
做不到，真做不到。2点睡觉真的可，我也只能做到2点睡觉。
He'd be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
工作日每天我睡6小时，然后周末每天我睡7小时。
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
9点上班，8点要出门，所以我现在7点50起床。7点50起床，10分钟刷个牙、洗个脸，直接就出门了。然后在路上买个什么汉堡，边走边吃，然后到公司，一般是这样子。2点睡，接近差不多2点睡，反正，然后7点50起，就是我现在每天的样子。哦，对了，不是每天，因为我是 hybrid， 就是我是2天去公司工作，3天在家工作。在家工作的那些日子里，我就可以，比如说睡到8点半多左右，可以，没问题。是在温哥华，这些就不做了，这些真受不了啊！这些他妈爱谁做谁做，我他妈才不做了呢，拜拜，我受不了，我就把支线都做完，这种玩意真不做。
Your benefactors are a generous lot. You earned this. All in good time, eh?
Renown.
All done?
Twin sides hundreds of leagues away. Thank goodness you're back. Taya looks like she's about to collapse.
Is this what you needed?
Spider Eye.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Clive. I'm loath to give a patient.
那如果今天把支线做完，明天就可以那个了。明天就等我下班回来就可以把主线打完，这游戏就正式结束了。明天，今天应该是能把支线做完。
It may be a gentle way to die, but it is death nonetheless. I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light, mid-here. Drifting on waves.
Good. Just relax. Let the waves carry you to a better place.
没有时间玩游戏就是这样的。哎，你要分配好每个阶段。要是我每天不用上班，我什么都不用管，我就可以愉快的玩游戏，那就可以随心所欲。可惜现实就是这么的残酷。那么多的游戏要玩，这么点的时间。
He's gone.
还没，我在实习，还没毕业。哎呀，视频这东西就知道大家都在催更，但是我真的没有时间，我天！毕竟做这些完全是自己的空暇时间做，不是那种职业 up， 所以。我真的不会。你要看游戏。我之前暑假的时候，就去年也不是去年，是我去都去年了，居然反正就老滚五，我是从去年开始玩的，然后去年暑假1个多月，1个半月，我后半个月去了那个多伦多，前面1整个月就在老滚五，1整个月就每天早上大概10点起床，吃完饭10点半多开始坐在电脑前老滚五。玩到晚上5点，好去洗个澡吃个饭，6点半坐下老滚五，玩到2点睡觉， 然后周而复始，整整30天就是这么过的。我沉溺在无比的快乐之中。我每当回想起那一段时候，哦，上古卷轴5啊！所以要看游戏，有的游戏它就精彩到，它就狠到能让你忘却一切，能让你真的投入进那个世界里，1个月都不够，2个月都不够。但这种游戏很少，是真的，但是确实是有。对我来说，上古卷轴5和辐射4都是这种游戏，能持续很久很久很久。城市天际线，城市天际线也是啊，当年没日没夜呀。
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier, marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last.
可惜现在没空。
Care nothing for the bearer spent in his service, but my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of.
啊不，还是比上班好的啊，咱们不能这么说。
Clive, I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change.
那怎么 change 啊这事儿？
We need to be the ones to change it.
哦，他指的这些石化的 barrier。作为医生，他天天看这种生死离别，对吧？他天天看到这些 barrier 被人虐待到，作为奴隶虐待到石化，已经都没有眼泪了，已经都麻木了，这都忘却了自己的存在，只是想尽可能的让他们走的没那么痛苦。Tears of mercy。真的比那个比上班还好多了，但是我现在上班我觉得很有意思，就是你如果放在我之前那一份工作，你让我去直接把育碧、刺客信条、神话3部曲从头到尾3部游戏全部100%我都愿意，比起那个上班。但是现在我这份工作我很开心，其实每天我去上班，团队的氛围很好，公司的氛围很好，我做的事情很有意义。我很迫不及待想让大家看到我在做什么东西，其实现在我肯定不能和大家分享，但是快了，我能和大家分享我最近我和我的团队大家一起在做的那个东西的时候已经比较接近了，所以你会很兴奋，你在做的东西会在全世界给几千万甚至上亿的玩家看，那种级别的满足感自豪感是之前的工作比不了的，但我现在这份工作就会有这种感觉，所以我其实挺喜欢的。但只不过玩游戏那还是，对吧？那还是没法比。玩游戏毕竟再怎么说都是玩。
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
EA 不全是大项目吗 ？EA 也没啥小项目，那肯定不能说，我什么都不能说。我只知道有。
You make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realized I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0. And a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
Wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. Keep working on the model.
You don't want to know.
Find that cog.
我还要帮他去找他们的什么齿轮一样的东西。你说我主角真是个杂活，我宣布，我就是这个地方的扫地僧，我就是这个地方的清洁工，我就是这个地方的仆人，什么鬼事儿都要我来干。
Sid,
我是负责引擎内影视的 ，in-engine cinematics。
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember.
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then
Disassembling.
assembling everything we can find.
小孩子还不太熟悉单词拼写呢。
Just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it! Is that all?
今年没有 FIFA，
We have more parts if Mid needs them.
再也没有 FIFA。
But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
以后也不会有 FIFA 了，因为现在叫 FC 了。那今年是 FC24， 明年是 FC25， 后年是 FC26。FIFA 主要是我看到之前有媒体讨论，就是 FIFA 最近负面新闻有点多，然后你还得付钱用，而且 FIFA 的版权实际上和俱乐部又没有关系，那些俱乐部还是你是 EA 单独去谈的，所以这 FIFA 搞了半天付了那么多钱，就为了一个4个字母，而且这4个字母最近丑闻不断，争议不断，所以 EA 就觉得咱算了吧，别到时候引火上身了。FIFA 那边又 FIFA 这卡塔尔世界杯不是一堆莫名其妙的事儿吗？现在牛鬼蛇神的，不知道在搞啥，各种政治什么的，哎，所以干脆就不要改名叫 FC。FC 的名字我不知道大家知不知道 ，FC 就是那个。完了 ，EA 有没有说 FC 是啥？我不敢乱说，我还是算了。我不确定的消息我还不说，我不知道 EA 有没有公布 FC 的意思是啥，我也不了解这个。
Will it work? It's perfect. You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own, but with the right cog in the right place, well, you just wait and see.
不确定就别说，比较保险，别到时候自己说漏嘴啥了。反正你作为 EA 内部的员工啊，你是能不是就是你起码你是能知道公司内部大部分的非最高机密 IP 的。然后我是全球宣发，其实每个 IP 和我们都有关系，或者说都可能有关系。就这个团队之前的作品，我们这个团队之前在我进来之前做的是那个不朽者联盟啊，不朽者传奇，再上一个是星战幸存者，再上一个是死亡空间的那个 teaser， 就不是那个 gameplay trailer， 那个不是我们组做的 ，teaser 是我们组做的。然后战地那些宣传片不是温哥华组做的，但是他们是欧洲那边，但是我们是一个部门的，我们都是 DICE Marketing and Communication EA 旗下的全球宣发部门，所以欧洲的团队做的是那些，但是我们总体是一个部门。然后在之前他们做的是星战 Squadron 圣歌，而且我团队里有一个成员就是每天基本是负责我们相当于那种比较也不叫 partner 吧，反正就是比较工作比较接近的。他是之前做仙女座宣传片的，而且其实仙女座宣传片我觉得做的特别好，仙女座宣传片的音乐、节奏、镜头都做的特别好。我当年就一直喜欢看仙女座宣传片，结果
结果没想到的是，有一天自己能见到主导这个宣传片的人，所以就很奇妙哇！我小时候很喜欢的一个东西，我能见到，实际上就制作它的人就坐在我旁边，我们在一个办公室里，真的很奇妙的一种体验。说实话，我到现在都有点难以相信我能进 EA， 而且很多这些人都是曾经参与过我那些觉得非常棒、非常钦佩的项目的那些人。Unbelievable。
That should do it.
没呢，我等我上班问问去，午休问问，我不知道。这是
Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't.
他想造空艇。
Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I.
打贴吧还有舅舅打啊，
Do I follow my head?
还能知道啥时候发售。
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying, but imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And you were right.
我要在龙腾星座出来之前玩一遍，玩龙腾。
I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
这
All that hard work.
但是
Hard work will not be used for war, Jamie.
但是他们也可以不 used for war 啊，这些科研成果就要这么丢掉？这些东西明明能用来造福我们未来的社会啊！只是因为他们会被用来战争，你就要把他们丢掉？啊？这是不是有点离谱啊？这？那照这么说，咱们练铁术也别练了呗，因为剑可以用来杀人。这引擎明明有那么多别的用处，为什么只是因为它可能被用来造空中战舰就把它扔了，就把它毁掉？在一个没有水晶的社会里，我们需要这些科技才行啊！我不理解他的理念，我只能说，反正是他的发明啊，那您随意。
If I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, "Dream."
没有汉化补丁吗？
But it isn't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
这个莫名的特写真的是离谱。Model airship。
What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot of time on it.
那个非常好，就是太贵了，哎，那个是真好，我就买了一个，我只有 T60的，要是我真有钱，我就全买，可惜没那钱啊。
Seeing as you're always strapped for coin, suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price when you do come to part with it.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
All right, Clive.
Make a name for yourself.
You better bloody had to and all. Enjoy it while you can, Clive. Imagine that, eh? Till then, though.
这他妈的配音配一半，我真的是绷不住了。SE， 你差这3句话的配音费吗？啊？你是不是有点毛病？你配了那么多的配音，你差这几句话吗？你就非要在这种地方来，我不能理解，我真的不能理解，怎么非要凸显日式游戏对于配音的厌恶？你们不是，我就不理解为什么日式游戏这么不想配音。我能理解一些独立游戏，什么神之天平，你不配肯定对吧？你没有那成本。那宝可梦也不配，塞尔达也不配，就是不配全啊！塞尔达除了播片基本也没有，就干啥？为什么这么多日式游戏这么讨厌全配音呢？全配音怎么你们了？我就很喜欢全配音的游戏，一个两个的，连 FF16 这么多配音的，结果必须就得有些没配音的来凸显，怎么非要凸显自己的特色是吧？
Yote, I brought back all the stone and water I could find. Will this be enough?
不够，那得少买2、3个16。
My lord, thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
Yota 这个角色也很喜欢，特别是他的声线，他的配音我很喜欢。
And never of the danger to yourselves.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot for him, and I thank you for it.
I am honored that you should say so. But I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of yourself for the sake of others. We could not afford to lose you.
I'll keep that in mind.
爽不爽？听着 quest complete， 爽不爽？一个一个的 quest complete， 这还是很爽的。这个就是最原始的爽感，好，没有任何一个人能够抵挡这样的爽感。Location discovered， quest complete， 就这两个，哎，这两个就爽飞了。比如说每次辐射老滚到一个地方。 已发现哪里，咣一声，哇！我去，那一瞬间就真的是，怎么还有支线啊？我操！怎么又蹦出来2个支线？麻了！真是没完了是吧？这是啥意思啊你？
I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
你快点掏个东西，掏半天，急死我！
You did indeed, my dear boy. Thank you.
我今天不把这支线通了，我就不睡觉。我不把支线做完，我就不睡觉。
我就不信了今天。
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.